Chilling tales for dark nights.
Want to make sure you never miss a Chilling Tales for Dark Nights video again? Be sure to subscribe and hit that bell to turn on notifications.
I once knew a man who was afraid of nothing. No monstrosity, man-made or fictitious, could subdue his spirits, and the mere mention of the word supernatural would elicit a most cynical laugh. This bravery was both his greatest strength and his most profound weakness, for ignorance and heedlessness can often be disguised as a deep and foolhardy sense of courage. He was to learn the limits of his bravery under the earth, down in those oppressive tunnels deep below the streets of Amsterdam. His name was Henke, due mainly to his Finnish ancestry on his father's side, and although his parents had passed away at an early age, he believed with conviction that his courage came from them. It was a matter of pride, a connection to the family he had lost, and it was this, above all else, which drove him into places and situations where others feared to tread. I had met him 4 years earlier, while traveling with some friends on a common rite of passage, backpacking through Europe during a university break. He and a few of his friends were on a similar adventure and happened to be staying at the same youth hostel in Rome. Both groups got along well, but it was with Henke that I struck up an immediate rapport. He was a keen musician. Like him, I was, at the time, still filled with self-promise. Or should I say delusion of stardom through my own musical pursuits. Our friendship grew over the subsequent years mostly via email, swapping musical discoveries, talking about politics, and generally getting to know each other as best two people can through simple correspondence. Traveling was also a must for both of us due to work commitments. On the odd occasion, we would find ourselves in the same country and enjoyed meeting up for a few laughs. And of course, he always knew which local pub served the tastiest beer, as well as which restaurants to best avoid. It was 11 months ago that I visited Henke in Amsterdam. The Dutch city seemed to be a good fit for him, as he always liked to live in the liveliest of places. The countless meandering canals, bridges, and walkways, swamped by the footsteps of a million tourists each year, appealed to his love of vibrancy and history. Amsterdam had seen many a traumatic occurrence since its inception, right up to and including the Second World War. Henke found himself in the city as he had been recently hired to carry out important maintenance work on the Rijksmuseum, one of Amsterdam's most impressive buildings. When I met him in a small darkened corner of a local pub, well away from the burgeoning tourist trade, I was shocked by his appearance. Here was a friend I knew as being larger than life and exuding bravado, and yet what I saw was a shell of a man, slight in stature, racked with self-doubt. His sunken, anxious gaze worried me, and so I did my best to provide a kind ear to ease his burden. Among the murmurs of fellow drinkers nearby from that darkened corner of the pub, he began to tell me of the events which had led to his precarious condition. What he told me then, I will tell you now. Henke had been working as a civil engineer for some time and relished the challenge of renovating the Rijksmuseum, a building with a long and compelling history. The museum housed Amsterdam's finest collection of historical relics, and being given access to some of its more hidden places, which were inaccessible to the general public, piqued his fascination for the obscured and unique. He had been hired to lead a maintenance crew assigned to assess and repair the building's foundations. This oldest part of the structure dated back centuries and had a most bizarre and, it must be said, quite horrific history. The Rijksmuseum itself had been constructed in 1885, but it had been built on top of an earlier structure which possessed a much older and unusual past. I knew immediately that this would appeal to Henke, as he often spoke of the fond memories he had as a child, exploring vacant buildings, passageways, and caves near where he grew up. As a child, he loved nothing more than to lead his friends into places they would otherwise have avoided. The dark held no fear for him, nothing but the promise of hidden secrets and the opportunity to show his bravery to those around him. In the bowels of the museum, under its marble floors and deep red brickwork, lay a labyrinth of abandoned tunnels which at one time served as part of the old city's sewer network. They had long been disused and fallen into disrepair, but they were nonetheless an essential part of the building's foundations and had to be assessed and repaired. If not, the entire structure would be in danger of subsiding. The ground and upper levels of the museum were beautiful, displaying many wonderful historical relics from all over the world. On his first day on the job, Hanky wandered around the artifacts before starting his shift, especially interested in the war exhibition. Gas masks, uniforms, bullets, and dog tags of soldiers bloodied and forgotten all populated the sealed glass display cabinets. A group of children ran after their mother nearby, laughing and pointing at the weapons on show, imitating the sounds of explosions and gunfire. Families moved in regimented fashion from hall to hall, room to room, some talking about the violent history on display, others involved in more important conversations, such as which dinosaur toy to get from the gift shop. So bright, welcoming, and warm was the atmosphere of the building that it was difficult to imagine the darkness which festered below. After some quick words with the building manager, Hanky proceeded to an old, seldom-used room at the back of the museum. It housed an antiquated cage-like elevator covered in rust which was used by the maintenance crews to access the lower levels and sewers underneath. Pulling on a pair of dirt-covered yellow overalls, complete with hard hat and headlamp, he entered the elevator for his first descent. Pressing a cracked button, the elevator creaked into life and chugged slowly downward on a rattling chain and squeaky pulley. As the elevator delved deeper towards the abandoned sewers, Hanky thought to himself that those of a nervous disposition might have let such a dank and isolated place prey on their minds. This may have explained why the previous man in charge of the repairs had left so abruptly, citing nervous exhaustion and refusing to so much as set foot in those pitch-black corridors of cold stone ever again. The elevator winch and engine stuttered as it lowered Hanky down 4 levels into the basement. With each passing floor, he observed a slight dimming of the lights, and each subterranean level appeared more sparse and stone-like than the one before. A rusted plate attached to the elevator betrayed its age. It struck Hanky that the year of its construction, 1932, must have been among the last periods of maintenance carried out there before the occupation of the Nazi army. He knew much of the shameful history of the region as he was part Jewish, and his great-grandfather had died during the Holocaust. Many had fled to Amsterdam for sanctuary from the Nazi regime in the early 1930s, but the long, blighting arm of Hitler's horrific final solution eventually reached the borders of the Netherlands, sweeping many thousands away to those shameful and barbaric concentration camps. With a shudder, the elevator ground to a halt, and, after forcing the grated sliding door aside, Hanky disembarked. The old sewer tunnels spread out before him and were curious in construction, steeped in a history which stretched back much farther into the distant past than that of the museum itself. Having spoken to his employers, he had been specifically told to pay heed to the assessment and repair crew's knowledge of the tunnel layout, as the place could be disorienting. The lighting system required to illuminate the maintenance work had not been fully installed yet. His new employers, up above in cushy office buildings miles away, seemed unusually concerned that he would find it all too easy to get lost down there. Most importantly, he was informed that the two-way radios, normally used to communicate between team members when underground, had been acting up, and that they were unreliable due to interference, probably produced by nearby metallic deposits in the ground. This meant that when interference made communication impossible, he and his crew could only communicate verbally or by using light from their torches to convey simple messages via Morse code. This was particularly useful in longer tunnels, as a crew person's yells would often echo and contort in such a way as to be almost unintelligible. In any case, it struck Hanky that the catacombs below really were isolated and lonely places, even more so with intermittent communication to the world above. Care would have to be taken, but he did feel a nostalgic sense of excitement for a hidden world begging to be explored, like all those days spent looking for adventure as a child. After standing in the small bricked elevator room waiting to meet his new colleagues, Henke was glad to finally see another person. Jones, second in command of the maintenance crew, appeared from around a corner, whistling to himself while his headlight bobbed and weaved to the sound of feet through inches of stagnant water. Heavy-set and rosy-cheeked with a wide grin which had told 1,000 jokes, Jones was the type of person Henke instantly knew he would enjoy working alongside. After a few pleasantries, Jones debriefed Henke on the current progress being made, informing him that the initial mapping and assessments of the tunnels had gone well. All in all, there were 16 four-people repair crews, each of which was assigned a section of the sewers. Henke would oversee the entire operation, but he knew that he would need to directly supervise 2 of the crews working in one of the more isolated tunnels. The walls there were in precarious condition, and if they were not careful, a cave-in could occur. It was his priority to make sure that did not happen. After walking for 15 minutes, both men arrived at the section of tunnels which would be Henke's focus for the next few months. The sound of occasional drilling could be heard in the distance as the workers continued to install the still non-operational lighting system. As the 4-person crew assigned to that vicinity would be working further away from the other crews, it had been decided that they would have their lighting installed last. Henke did not like this due to some of the crumbling brickwork which was already visible to him. The idea of a crew drilling only by the light of their headlamps when the work required a delicate hand made Henke cautious. He was brave, but not reckless with the lives of his colleagues. He made a mental note to prioritize the lighting installation in that section to lower the risks to his team. Each passageway seemed oddly shaped, with no 2 tunnels being quite alike. That entire section of the sewer was so antiquated that it had been built long before the careful planning of such constructions had become commonplace. One tunnel would arch forward for over several hundred meters in a strange semicircle, while others bisected it at right angles, carrying on in a regimented straight line into the darkness. Henke even found a passageway that seemed to dip and rise only to slither its way along in an unnatural S-shape. Some tunnels seemed to go on forever. Others stopped abruptly as if the original builders had been unable to complete their work, leaving in a hurry. Jones tried to keep the conversation light, and, with a man's experience of walking through the tunnels for the previous 2 months, Henke was glad to have a guide to show him the way. Waiting in a large alcove was the 4-man team assigned to that area. They would work that section of the tunnels during the day, while the other shift would take over later, working through the night. Jones introduced each of them. They seemed nice enough, but Henke was surprised to find the men largely in the grip of silence. In such jobs, humor was normally found in abundance, with repair crews using it to slice through the monotony of working in such cramped and repetitive conditions. Here, though, he found them uttering not one word beyond a monotone greeting. Sitting in silence in that imposing alcove, removed from any consideration of camaraderie or fellowship, the only inference that they were not a collection of subterranean statues was the occasional movement of their headlamps, altering the shadows around them. They seemed wholly disconnected from, not just each other, but the very environment in which they worked. Henke brushed this feeling of unease aside and committed himself to cultivating conversation. If these men were in some way angry or uncomfortable with one another, then he would soon lay that to rest. A happy workforce is a productive one. The first order of business was to survey that section of tunnels and decide where repairs were most pressing. Preliminary assessments had already been made, but Henke liked to evaluate any repair project he was involved in personally. He walked the catacombs with his team and noticed immediately that they were still on edge, that they seemed frightened in an almost childlike way. No amount of questions, casual or otherwise, could elicit anything other than one-word broken replies. Slowly, they toured the winding grid of tunnels, lighting their way with the small torches attached to their safety helmets while taking notes about failing walls, water damage, and estimations of any possible repair time. Twice Henke pressed the men on their obvious sense of fear, asking why such an experienced crew, who no doubt had worked in many tunnels before, were so apprehensive of mere bricks and mortar. They avoided the questions. Looking nervously at one another, they would change the topic of conversation with monotone lethargy whenever it veered towards their experiences of the old sewers, or of their previous supervisor's unceremonious departure from the job. It began to dawn on Henkei that the men's verbal and physical awkwardness was not the result of tensions between workers, but rather of a deep-seated and worrying apprehension. Of what? He did not know. What was clear was that his team were counting down the minutes until their shift ended, when they could finally clamber out of the darkness into the safety and sunshine of the world above. As the beam from his headlamp trickled over the damp and crumbling brickwork, Henkei again conceded to himself that some may find such a setting unnerving, but not him. Whatever had caused such trepidation and disquiet among the other men was surely a simple case of idle superstition, mischief-making, or the understandable psychological toll of working in a dark, cramped, and forgotten part of the city. Even Jones, who had through most of the catacombs been jovial and talkative, now adopted the same sullen expression and serious disposition as they made their way deeper into the oldest part of the sewers. The passages wound and meandered their way through the ground, long steady trajectories intermittently and abruptly interrupted by sharp blind corners, making it difficult for Henkei to identify exactly where they were. There were so many winding corridors that he felt disoriented and was ready to joke with his men that if they didn't like him as a boss, they could probably leave him there and he would never find his way out. But his men were no longer beside him. He was standing at the mouth of a tunnel, and while he had continued onward, talking, trying to fill in the difficult silences, his men had stopped at the last junction. They stood motionless, some 20 feet behind, staring at Henkei with blank expressions, occasionally betrayed by the slightest flicker of a very real and gripping emotion beneath. A look of suppressed terror. When he asked why the men were not following, they whispered in reply that where they stood was where the last of the repair work was needed. Pulling out a map and perusing it intently by the light of his headlamp, Henkei surmised that he must have wandered into the remotest part of the sewer network, at the back of the catacombs, and, while the tunnels continued into the foreboding distance, where he now stood must have marked the boundary of the Rijksmuseum's foundations. What confused him, however, was that the area had been clearly listed on the map for repair. He was standing at the entrance to what appeared to be a rather innocuous tunnel, but on the wall next to the opening, he could clearly see that someone had placed an identification plaque there, marking it for repair. It read, Tunnel 72F, water damage and failing masonry. After double-checking the map, it was clear to Henkei that Tunnel 72F was indeed still under the Rijksmuseum's foundations and had to be appraised and repaired. But when he told his men this, they simply informed him that where they stood was as far as they would go. Anger began to take over, accompanied by frustration that the team he was supposed to be supervising was being so difficult, but even raising his voice and demanding that they head into the tunnel did not move them. Just as things became increasingly heated and Henkei yelled at the men to do as he said, Jones interjected. "We've worked down here for 2 months, boss. This is a good, hard-working, talented crew you have. They'll do exactly as you ask when you ask it, but you'll have to accept that, for them, and me, our work stops at this junction, and that none of us will go near that tunnel. You might think it's mad, but whether you want to believe it or not, there's something in there." Taking a deep breath and calming himself, Henkei explained to his men that he understood the stress induced by working in such a suffocating environment for an extended period of time, but that repairs had to be carried out in full. He would talk to them later about it, but for now, he would carry out the survey himself. For a moment there was silence, broken only by drips of unseen water which echoed out from a distant, unsure place. As Henkei stepped over the threshold and into the apparently forbidden tunnel, Jones and the other men protested vehemently, shouting at him to leave the passageway immediately, but he saw this demonstration as nothing but foolishness. He was not to be swayed by unsubstantiated superstitious nonsense. There was nothing in that tunnel to fear. Just as he had done when he was a child, he would once more prove to others that they should not be so scared, by stepping up, being a man, and pushing forward into places others feared to tread. Pride coursed through his veins. His parents were brave and fearless before him, and he had long since sworn to always be bold, always be adventurous, to be just like them. With a smile, he looked back at his men before heading face first into the darkness, the excitement of self-reliance pushing him on. While the tunnel seemed fairly common in its construction at first glance, as he progressed deeper into its dank innards, it was apparent that this was unlike any sewer he had seen. The ground was uneven. The floor dipped and rose, much like some of the other tunnels, but what was peculiar was how fractured the surface felt under his feet. The ground was obscured by a thick, almost oily water, which in places reached up as high as his knees. He trudged through the stagnant liquid slowly, not because he was scared, but simply to ensure sound footing. One thing was apparent. However long ago the water had deposited there, it was long enough to fester and produce an unpleasant, rotting stench. The walls were of a different, significantly older composition than most of the brickwork he had seen in the sewers elsewhere. Whatever the material was which had been used, it was hundreds of years old. It was obviously failing, with long, penetrating cracks scarring the surface of the increasingly unstable walls and ceiling. The light from his headlamp was enough to illuminate much of the tunnel, but as Henke ventured further towards what he thought was a dead end, he realized that the passageway was narrowing, and that the tunnel itself did not stop there, but rather tapered slightly before curving abruptly around a blind corner. He estimated being over 100 feet into the sewer, and while his curiosity for what could be beyond the corner urged him to move forward, he believed he had made his point, and would now ask his men to abandon their fears and enter the tunnel with him. Unholstering the black handheld radio he had been issued from his side, he began requesting for Jones and the others to meet him at the corner of the tunnel. No one responded, and nothing but a quiet buzz could be heard from the radio speaker. Of course, Henke now remembered that he had been warned about how unreliable the radios were, but just as he was about to turn and shout back down towards the opening, something caught his eye. Surely not. There should have been nothing in that disgusting place but stagnant water and himself. And yet, pulling and pushing relentlessly against his bravado and self-assured disposition was the creeping realization that something was standing at the end of the tunnel. Obscured mostly by the blind corner, he could only see a sliver of it, but it was unmistakable. A ragged piece of cloth poked out from around the corner, and although Henke's mind was unwilling to accept it, the cloth was obviously part of a sleeve. A sleeve that contained an arm, belonging to who or what he did not know. Stubbornness can be an effective tonic for even the most horrifying and unbelievable situations. Henke's confidence in himself and his long history of triumphs over fear and adversity welled up inside of him. Filling his chest with confidence, and with a strong, assured stride, he gulped down a breath of the damp air and marched purposefully towards whatever was around that corner. The slush and slosh of the black water echoed throughout the tunnel as he made his way to the blind turn, almost hesitating as he reached it, an unease that was alien to him. Apprehension now turned to sadness and empathy for standing there in that cruel, dark passageway, shivering and disheveled, was a girl who could not have seen more than 13 years. Her face and hands were blackened with grime and dirt, hiding her pale and malnourished frame. A ripped shirt was all that she wore, hanging from her loosely with much of her body exposed to the cold of that damp, isolated place. Gazing at him between strands of dirty blonde matted hair, Henke was struck by how beautiful the young girl was, and how afraid she must have been. How frightened and helpless. At first, he believed that she must have somehow entered the sewers and lost her way, but no matter how softly he spoke, she would not answer, appearing afraid and nervous. He tried his radio again, but was greeted with the same meaningless static. Regardless, he had to get her out of that tunnel, back through the sewers and into the Rijksmuseum, and seen by a doctor. He didn't want to shout to his men in case the noise startled her and added to the girl's disquiet. The last thing he wanted to do was chase her through the catacombs, so he decided to lead her out of the passage himself. As he approached, he spoke gently to her in Dutch, explaining that he would take her up above to safety. Stepping forward with his hand outstretched, the girl seemed to quiver in fear. She appeared terrified of him. This made Henke feel uncomfortable, as he prided himself on being someone who would do anything to protect the vulnerable, someone to be trusted, not feared. She made no sound, but as he reached her, she raised her left hand slowly, pointing one finger at the light on his head. He suddenly realized that the sharp light from the headlamp must have been frightening her, so he took the light off and held it in his hand to allay her fears, the lamp now casting shadows upward more starkly. The changed angle of light brought something unsettling to Henke's attention. Pinned to the girl's torn shirt was a yellow cloth star. It surprised him, as it was entirely familiar, but it took a moment for his mind to grasp the memory. It was exactly like the yellow stars forced upon the Jewish populations during their persecution, to allow members of the Nazi regime and their conspirators to identify them. That can't be. Henke's mind fought against the ramifications of such discovery. After a momentary pause, he once again was resolute, disregarding the cloth star and asserting to himself that he had to take the poor girl out of such horrible surroundings. A tremendous sense of unexplained sadness overcame him as he drew closer. The torch flickered unusually in his hand as he looked down at the girl, her face momentarily illuminated by the shifting light, her arms still outstretched, pointing at him. He would carry her out of the sewers if need be, but this sense of duty, this compulsion to be brave and assertive in even the darkest of places was now replaced by something which Henke had never felt before. Running up his spine, and from the very pit of his stomach, fear gripped him. Terror took him, and a horror possessed him so potently that it made him unsteady, anxious, weak. For Henke had not noticed something so subtle yet essential to his predicament. The girl had not stopped pointing at him as he drew closer. Her arm was rigid, and her finger remained outstretched. Even the light, which was now in his hand, seemed entirely unimportant to her. Realization swept over him like a plague of abject dread. The girl was not pointing at the light. She was pointing behind him. Henke did not remember much more of what happened in that tunnel, but he knew that he had indeed turned to face whatever had been standing behind him, whatever the girl had been pointing at. He thanked God, something he was not normally inclined to do, that Jones and those men who feared that dark hollow so acutely had shown true courage, running into the passageway as soon as they heard his screams. Henke regained his composure back at the alcove where he had met the men as they were carrying him out, but he immediately pleaded with them that they take him out of the tunnels to the world above, which is what they did. Once the rusted elevator reached the ground floor of the Rijksmuseum, they sat together in a small room at the back of the building and had a frank discussion about what had been happening down there over the past 2 months. Jones explained that the first survey team which had encountered that specific sewer passageway resigned from their posts after just 1 night down there. A week later, one of their co-workers who decided to stay on committed suicide after complaining repeatedly to everyone that he could hear whispers coming from somewhere as he worked nearby. Not long after that, Jones's previous supervisor, the man Henke had replaced, saw someone, an unidentified figure, standing at the mouth of Tunnel 72F, and had followed it inside. One of the cleanup crews found him shortly after, crawling out of the sewer on his hands and knees, crying hysterically like a child. He had been hospitalized and heavily medicated ever since, but no one knew exactly what he had seen down there. He would not speak of it, but the men who recovered him claimed he was repeating only one word when he was found. Just one word, over and over again frantically. Nazi. 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 Henke was a nervous wreck after his experience and ordered that no one under any circumstances be allowed to go into Tunnel 72F. He continued to work down in the other sewer passageways, day after day in the dark, but he was consumed by the notion that he had seen something so frightening, so terrifying, that he had forced himself to forget the ordeal. Over the next few weeks he lost weight and had trouble sleeping, often waking up in a disturbed state, drenched in a cold sweat, unable to recall what he had been dreaming about. The very idea that he, above all people, brave Henke, could be reduced to such fragility that he could be affected so deeply by something he could not even remember in its entirety, preyed upon his pride and his sense of self-worth. His bravery had always defined him, and now it was gone. In an effort to combat the feelings of helplessness and self-loathing, he attempted to find out all he could about the tunnels under the Rijksmuseum. Knowledge, as they say, is power, and my friend felt that if he knew more about the place and the dark, that he would somehow be less afraid of it. He read about the history of the museum on the nights he could not sleep, and while he found very little of it helpful, one local legend struck a chord within him. It was rumored that during the Second World War, a number of Jewish families took refuge in the tunnels below the Rijksmuseum. When 2 SS officers were tipped off as to their whereabouts, they entered the tunnels with some local volunteers hoping to arrest the people down there, and then most probably send them off to a concentration camp. The rumors were that the families managed to ambush the SS officers and their Nazi sympathizers, killing them and dumping their bodies somewhere in the sewers. This was the story Henke related to me when I met him in Amsterdam. It was sad to see him so shaken and vulnerable, a strong, powerful individual who had never shown so much as a hint of fear for, or of, anything in his life. A friend who I respected greatly, one with such indelible character, to be reduced to a diminished man living on his nerves. He thanked me for listening to his burdens, and I regrettably had to leave shortly afterward to catch a flight back to Glasgow. Unfortunately, the story does not end there. Some men are haunted both by what they have seen and by what they cannot understand. Ego can be a terrible burden for anyone. Once it is fractured or damaged, the lasting effects can be devastating. Henke could not let go of his pride, nor his desire to feel strong again. Whole. He had never been afraid of anything before, and no matter what was in that tunnel, no matter how much anyone attempted to dissuade him, he was determined to confront it and reclaim his self-belief. 3 days later, Henke's body was found at the mouth of Tunnel 72F, stuffed into an old duffel bag. It was a heart attack which had killed him, but whoever broke, twisted and shoved his body into that morbid sack after he died was never caught. I should mention that the bag was of peculiar interest to the police in the event that it could reveal something about Henkei's death. It was traced to Germany, military issue, and had not been manufactured since 1941.
Exploration of Room B by Aric Sundquist. 1. The Carnival.
What the hell are you looking at?
Brian asked his son. Samuel stood transfixed at the edge of the crowd, watching a clown stretch a balloon between his fingers. After one quick surge of air from a motorized pump, the clown twisted the balloon into an airplane, then sailed it toward a wide-eyed boy who caught it triumphantly in a bear hug.
I suppose you want one.
Brian said. Samuel didn't meet his father's stare. Instead, he watched all the kids brandishing swords and dragonflies and top hats.
Yes?
He said.
Well, maybe.
Sorry, kiddo. We're on a budget.
The balloons are free.
The clown said, not looking up from his work.
Does your son like dinosaurs?
He infused a little air and some carnival magic, and a red balloon squeaked into a brontosaurus.
No thanks.
Brian said, hands on his hips.
He doesn't need any more junk.
The clown glanced up and smiled, a genuine smile, hidden beneath the makeup.
It's only a balloon.
He held the dinosaur in his outstretched hand and shook it a little. Brian didn't move. The clown shrugged and handed the dinosaur to a child nearby, then conjured a frog and air-hopped it to a girl with thick glasses. Anger instantly burned in Brian's chest. He rarely knew what triggered his outbursts, but recognized the familiar feeling flare through him, numbing his body. He tried to keep the anger at bay, but it overwhelmed him and took control.
So much for breathing exercises.
The clown laughed, seeming to enjoy the spectacle of two kids fencing with balloon swords. He glanced over at Brian, and his real smile vanished inside the red makeup.
You wouldn't hit a clown now, would you?
The crowd went silent and stared. Brian clenched his fists in anger. His face grew hot. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, sighed, and grabbed his son away from the spectators, dragging him toward the beer tent. He told himself that he wasn't going to drink around his son anymore, but he needed beer. He paid $10 for 2 beers and chugged the first one in 3 long gulps. The beer tasted cheap, but he didn't care. At least it was cold. He sipped the second while watching his son kick an empty cup around in the dirt. Another clown loomed over the crowd, wobbling on stilts, pretending to lose his balance. He stumbled to the ground and sprang back up. Applause greeted him.
Yeah, thank you, my friends!
The stilt clown declared.
Now I have free tickets for the House of Horrors!
After scanning the crowd, he took 3 long strides and was inside the beer tent, handing Samuel 2 slips of paper depicting a lonely house on top of a gothic-looking hill.
Here you go, lad!
Samuel took the tickets and looked up at his dad, hope in his eyes. Brian ignored him. Instead, he stared at a young blonde wearing a tank top. He smiled at her, but she didn't smile back. Then he noticed a few of the people giving him odd looks.
Okay,
he said, watching the pretty girl stroll away from the tent, making sure the crowd overheard him.
you can go, Sammy. I'll wait outside.
Samuel was off in an instant. Brian shouted for him to stop, then ran after, dodging through the crowd, spilling beer on his hands. He downed the last of his drink, threw the cup away, and finally caught up with his son at the front gate. He was about to grab him by the arms and shake some sense into him when a loud voice called out.
What do we have here?
The announcer asked, twirling a pitchfork. He wore plastic demon horns and red makeup.
Are those free passes I see?
Yes, sir.
Samuel said shyly. The man slid over the ticket gate and stopped in front of Samuel, his face shifting from shock to fear to awe within seconds.
You're something very special,
the announcer said.
For one day only, you get to explore part of the house that none dare venture.
Samuel's mouth dropped open. He peeked at his dad and then lowered his head.
No, that's okay. We can just do the normal one.
The man put his hand on Samuel's shoulders, regarding him with kind eyes.
Nonsense. You must take the special tour. Trust me, it will change your life.
Not once did the man look at Brian.
Now step aside, my friends,
the announcer said, parting the crowd with his pitchfork and walking up the steps.
Let them discover the true secrets of the House of Horrors!
Brian wanted to wait outside and enjoy the remaining sunshine and stare at women, but the crowd parted, leaving him alone with his son. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the blonde girl watching him, fiddling with one of her hoop earrings. Hopefully she would still be around when he was done.
Okay,
Brian said under his breath.
let's get this over with.
The announcer tapped his pitchfork on the floor, and the door swung open with a loud creak. They entered the House of Horrors.
To Dark Ride.
Darkness everywhere. Brian noticed his son quivering with fear and excitement. From the floor panels, lights grew in brightness and spread across the tunnel, mimicking an early morning sunrise. Birds sang, trees rustled in the wind, the scent of pine and flowers filled the air, and before them sat a red Corvette no bigger than a bumper car.
Look!
Samuel yelled, pointing. He raced over to the passenger side and jumped into the car. Brian followed, much slower, and entered the vehicle, legs cramped under the steering column.
Does it start?
Samuel asked. Brian turned the ignition key, and the sound of an engine rumbled. The car lurched forward on the tracks. A glowing orb rose near the rafters and lit the tunnel. On both sides, plastic bushes and trees simulated a dense forest. Behind the foliage, murals depicted rural country life. An old barn, a rusty tractor, cattle grazing in a field. Brian wasn't an artist, never really had the patience for it, but he knew talent when he saw it. Each mural blended seamlessly into the next with exquisite detail, right down to the last autumn leaf, creating the illusion that they were driving, watching the landscape out the window. He inhaled the aroma of fresh-cut grass, dandelions, and apple cider. For a brief moment he forgot where he was, taking in the beauty of the pictures, all the sounds and smells. The murals changed into darker colors and the trees wilted and became bare, blurring into one long dark streak. The wilderness sounds vanished as they rounded a corner. The sun orb slipped behind the rafters and was gone.
Uh-oh,
Samuel said, leaning forward.
it's getting dark out. That's where the real monsters are, right, Dad?
There aren't any real monsters, Sammy. Just pretend ones.
A bridge constructed of concrete slabs spanned a river before them. In the low light, Brian could see fake grass and a pool of water with goldfish and lily pads. A bubbler underneath the bridge simulated a river current. After they crossed the bridge, the sounds of crickets and water grew softer. Suddenly, the car jerked. Samuel grabbed the dashboard with both hands and was about to ask what happened when the car jumped again, followed by a strange chugging noise. A warning light blinked on the dashboard.
Out of fuel.
The car lurched forward again. Brian was about to say how that type of scenario always happened in horror movies, but he stopped himself short. He had to give the carnival credit. The ride wasn't what he expected. He had gone through enough fun houses growing up to know that they were nothing but mirrors, smoke machines, and torture chambers. This ride wasn't like that at all. Here, a plot seemed to be forming. Samuel stared up at him, half in pure joy, half in terror. Then he pointed to a sign on the side of the road.
Look!
The sign read, "The Lovecraft Inn."
Are we going to walk now?
Samuel asked.
Looks like it.
Brian hopped out first, then turned to see Samuel copy his movements. They stood side by side, arms crossed.
Is this what happens in real horror movies?
Samuel asked.
Haven't you ever seen a horror movie?
No, Mom won't let me.
Brian's ex-wife, Catherine, was strict concerning Samuel's upbringing. They had many disagreements during their short marriage. Brian was 10 years older than her and grew up in a time when boys didn't wear bike helmets or knee pads. They fell out of trees, cut fingers with pocket knives, and baited their own fishing hooks. Catherine was the opposite. She wanted to do everything for her son, nurture him like an infant. Brian always thought that boys needed to learn how to react to situations. They needed to jump into the middle of things and learn how to climb their way out, maybe with a few bruises and a little bit of wisdom thrown in for good measure. Thinking about it made him angry. He wanted his son to be confident, like him.
Yup,
He answered Samuel.
they always run out of gas, and then they have to walk to a nearby phone or stay the night in a creepy hotel.
What about cell phones?
They're too far out in the country to use cell phones, or they forgot their charger at home.
Oh, and then what happens?
Brian lost his patience.
For Christ's sake, Sammy, don't you want to see for yourself, or do you want me to spoil everything?
Samuel hung his head. They walked down the rest of the tunnel made to look like a barren road with plastic trees, a guardrail, and a fake full moon. Brian grabbed a branch and plucked a rubber pine cone. The tunnel came to an end, but there was a trail off to the side, so they forged on, pushing through tangled foliage and spiderwebs. The sound of rattling chains filled the air.
3. The cemetery.
Brian and Samuel came to some trees at the end of the trail. They pushed their way through and stepped into a clearing. A dozen gravestones jutted from the ground. Some of the graves were dug up, with mounds of dirt and shovels stuck into the soil. Bones littered the area in massive piles.
I wouldn't get too close to the bones,
A voice said. A man shambled out from the woods dressed like a priest, with a long black coat and a cross dangling from his neck.
The undead get restless this time of night. Are you folks looking for the inn?
Yes?
Samuel said, playing along.
Our car broke down on the road. Actually, we ran out of gas.
The priest appeared to regard them thoughtfully.
It's not a good night to be wandering about. Don't you know that this graveyard is cursed? Every night the skeletons rise from their graves to look for their lost pirate treasure. It's not safe here.
Then why are you here?
Samuel asked.
Why aren't you a smart lad?
The man remarked.
To answer your question, I was hired by the inn to break this curse. It's not good for business to have a haunted graveyard so close by.
Rattling chains echoed again.
The skeletons have awakened!
The man shouted.
Hurry! Run to the front gate!
3 skeletons rose from behind the gravestones, shaking their chains and holding plastic swords. Although the makeup and costumes were a little generic, their movements were honed to perfection. From the look on Samuel's face, they obviously scared him out of his mind. Brian shook his head. The priest led them to the edge of the graveyard. 3 skeletons stood in front of the main gate. With Samuel on the verge of tears, the skeletons kept their distance.
We have to find their gold!
The priest said, pointing to a tree stump. He grabbed a sword from the ground next to a severed skeleton hand.
You should help!
He said to Brian.
There's gold hidden everywhere!
No thanks.
Brian answered, slipping his hands into his pockets.
I'm just a spectator today.
The priest nodded and jumped into battle, fending off the attack. Samuel got on hands and knees and stuck his head inside various stumps. He seemed to be having fun, but Brian couldn't tell for sure.
Got it!
Samuel said, pulling out a cloth sack. He ran back to the priest and handed over the pirate gold. The priest set the sack down and backed up, putting a shielding arm around Samuel, holding up a cross for divine protection. One of the skeletons shambled closer, grabbed the loot, then turned and headed back into the artificial night. Right before the skeleton disappeared, it stuck its hand inside the sack and set down a handful of loot on a gravestone. The priest motioned for Samuel to take a look. Samuel crept over, carefully, watching each step. He grabbed the coins and ran back to the priest. His prize was a dozen chocolate coins.
Well done,
the priest said.
The skeletons have accepted you as one of their own. You may pass freely through the cemetery.
The iron gates to the cemetery creaked open, and Brian led his son up the towering steps to the door of the inn. Samuel turned around and waved at the priest below. The man waved back and then set about prepping the area for the next round of visitors.
What now?
Samuel asked. Brian felt embarrassed about his son coming so close to tears. If he were Samuel's age, he would have slugged the skeletons and taken the candy himself.
I don't know, Sammy,
he said.
Try knocking.
Samuel nodded and knocked. The door swung open to reveal a large room that looked like a hotel lobby from the 40s. Across the room sat old leather furniture, an oak desk, and a chandelier.
Welcome to the Lovecraft Inn,
a deep voice said.
2 strange paintings.
The moment Brian entered, he felt a draft. He followed the bellhop, a tall man with hooded eyelids, a hunched back, and a red coat.
Feel that?
Brian asked, holding out his hand. Samuel instantly stepped to his father's side, holding out his hand in imitation. Brian saw him searching for the source of the draft, stopping next to a picture of an old schooner on the wall. The hull splashed through rough ocean water.
I think I can hear waves.
Samuel said, sticking his ear closer.
Yup, I can.
He walked to the next picture, a stone maze with a monster huddled in the shadows and eyes glowing like burning coals.
I hear growling,
he said, putting his head close.
Dad, come listen.
Before Brian could answer, a door flung open and a young couple raced out. Brian smelled alcohol on them from 10 feet away. He wanted another drink. The girl was maybe 16, tall and skinny, and wearing a Led Zeppelin t-shirt. She gave one look at Samuel and her face lit up.
Don't go in the closet,
she said, laughing.
It's scary in there.
She hopped on her boyfriend's back and he raced her through the exit.
This inn has many secrets,
the bellhop said.
Closets can lead to secret passageways. Beds can lead to magic portals. Be very careful about where you set foot, and look in every corner.
Samuel stared up at the large man in fear. The bellhop grinned.
You have nothing to be afraid of,
he said to Samuel.
Those of good heart will always triumph over the wicked. You are very brave to have ventured so far.
He handed Samuel a green glow stick.
In case you get curious and decide to do some exploring, this light will protect you from the ghosts haunting the inn.
Samuel handled the glow stick with an expression of awe. Brian thought the bellhop's words were overdramatic, but he saw something change in his son, just for a second. Samuel stood more erect, as if a small seed of courage rose to the surface. It was strange how a simple gesture from a complete stranger could alter his son's demeanor. The idea of a drink fell from his mind.
You must sign the guest log,
the bellhop said to Brian.
Then I can show you to your lodgings. We have a raffle and send free passes in the mail. So enter all of your contact info.
Brian sighed, growing even more impatient. He grabbed the pen and wrote down the information.
Come now,
the bellhop said.
Your room awaits.
5. The closet.
You want to go in with me?
Samuel asked, peeking into the closet and moving over some old clothing on hangers. After the bellhop left, they began hearing a ghostly cackling noise.
This is your adventure,
Brian said.
What do you want to do?
I think we should go and see. Do you want to go in first, Dad?
Another sound came from the closet, voices wailing like banshees. Samuel jumped.
There's something in there!
Brian shook his head in exasperation. He rushed over and pulled the closet door all the way open. A long hallway stretched before them. The walls were decorated to look like ancient concrete slabs. It tunneled for at least 20 feet, disappearing into unknown darkness.
Let's see that glow stick,
Brian said, trying to hurry along. Samuel handed it to him and Brian cracked it, showing his son how the fluid inside mixed and brightened. He unraveled the string and placed it around Samuel's neck.
There, you're all set for exploring. Let's go.
They walked through the hallway, veering right and left, and went down a staircase. New sounds emanated from beyond, similar to a large animal bellowing out in anger.
I'm scared, Dad,
Samuel said.
Why?
He answered, pushing his son forward.
It's not real. You have to toughen up a little.
I know, but...
They came to a room with 2 hallways on each side. A doorway stood in front of them, barricaded by a metal gate, ivy vines entwined around the metal. Lit candles illuminated all 4 corners of the room, highlighting the strange writing scrawled on the floor. One phrase said, "Beware the Minotaur." A noise sounded from the hallway behind them. Brian glanced back as a secret door swung open and a figure emerged. From all directions, ghosts drew nearer. Once the apparitions closed in, Brian could see they were dressed in old Victorian garb and covered with webs, faces painted white.
"Why do you disturb us?"
one of the ghosts demanded. Samuel practically stood on Brian's feet.
What should we say, Dad?
Tell them we're lost and trying to find our way out.
Samuel took a deep breath and stepped toward the ghost.
We're lost and trying to find our way out. Oh, and sorry we woke you up from your nap.
The ghost on the left laughed.
For this intrusion,
the ghost in the right hallway said,
you must pay with your immortal souls.
The young man stepped forward and entered the light of the glow stick. He gave a wide-eyed look and began convulsing and twitching. The young actor, Brian realized, was having a blast performing his routine.
Oh no!
The trapped ghost wailed, holding out his arms for help.
"The light!"
said another.
"He's trapped!"
Yes, it's true,
the captured ghost said in defeat.
I'm now under your command. I must help you in order to regain my soul. You carry powerful magic, my friend.
Samuel looked down at the glow stick dangling from around his neck as if seeing it for the first time.
Now, there's only one way out of this chamber,
the ghost continued.
And that's through the Tunnel of Terror. You must brave the labyrinth and outsmart the Minotaur. I'll show you where to go, but your traveling companion must stay behind. The Minotaur can smell grown-ups from miles away.
The young ghost grinned at Brian, then led Samuel to the gated doorway. He lifted a secret latch and they entered. The door clicked shut behind them. Brian was about to head back to the front desk and wait when one of the other ghosts walked up to him. He was an older man with a shaved head and massive shoulders.
We'll be getting more people through here soon,
he said.
I'll show you where to meet your son.
Brian nodded and followed. They walked halfway down the hall to the left, where the ghost pushed a hidden button and the wall swung open. Inside the small room sat a table and chairs, a deck of cards, and a small handheld radio. The air smelled like cigarettes. The man grabbed the radio and opened another door leading to a metal staircase. Brian followed the man to another door at the bottom of the stairs. Once inside, light flooded over him. Security monitors sat along the walls. On one of the screens, Brian saw the skeleton graveyard and a group of kids running around like mad, searching for lost pirate loot. Another camera above the receptionist's desk showed the bellhop leaning against the wall and adjusting his tie. Then Brian saw Samuel in the maze, twisting through various corridors, jabbering on about something with the ghost. Suddenly, the Minotaur rounded a corner, beating his chest in a deadly challenge.
Let's listen in,
the man said. He clicked on the mouse and roars came from the speakers. On the screen, Samuel ran away from the Minotaur. Right as he was about to get captured, his ghost companion stuck out his foot and tripped the monster. The creature stumbled and pretended to stub its toe, wailing in pain. Samuel laughed uncontrollably. The man smiled and clicked the sound back off. Various cameras showed other parts of the tour, the bridge, the tunnel, and a haunted boat. No doubt an attraction to get the kids to come back and try a different route.
See there?
The man said, pointing to another monitor. Brian thought the room looked like a laboratory of some kind.
What's in that one?
Brian asked.
That's an exhibit for our older crowd. Want to go take a look? There's some neat things in there. Most of it's real.
Don't you have to get back to scaring the shit out of people?
My shift's over anyway.
He lit up a cigarette, inhaled deeply, then used the radio to verify his position was filled.
There, that's settled. Let's go.
They walked past the monitor station to another door leading to an ancient elevator. Brian wanted to protest, but realized he didn't have much of a choice. He was lost in the underground maze. He would have to backtrack all the way to the inn, and from there go out the exit like the young couple.
Did you know that this carnival is built over an ancient sacrificial chamber?
Really?
Brian laughed.
Or is that just part of the act?
The man smiled, showing stained teeth from coffee and cigarettes.
Not at all. The townsfolk used to perform all kinds of rituals and sacrifices here.
The man singled out an old key from his chain and twisted it inside the door, engaging the elevator. They entered and he swung the front gate shut. The man hit the bottom button labeled Room B.
It's true,
he continued.
Look it up if you don't believe me.
Gears and motors shrieked and bellowed. Moments later, the elevator doors opened to the basement floor where Brian stepped into a true horror scene.
6, Room B.
A shelf full of drawers drew Brian's attention. The room held typical carnival oddities, deformed cows, horses, and other animals he didn't recognize.
This is crazy,
Brian said, reading the labels.
These are real?
Sure are. One of them even has a human inside.
The man pointed to a jar with a fetus preserved in formaldehyde.
Is that even legal?
Probably not. Don't know where it came from either. Nazis used to do all sorts of crazy shit during the war, and I think some of this is from then. Some of their officers would throw infants up in the air and shoot them down like clay pigeons. Sick stuff if you ask me.
They walked past the row of vats and jars and stopped near the torture devices. Detailed notes and directions were displayed on the wall next to each. The first contraption resembled an upright coffin with a heavy iron lid. The diagram showed that it worked by strapping the victim inside, allowing the nails lining the door to impale the body. Brian stared at the 2 spikes placed where the person's eyes would be. The sign above the diagram read, Iron Maiden. The rack followed, a horizontal bed with wooden rollers, ropes, and metal hooks. Once a victim was tied up hand and foot, appendages were stretched out in all 4 directions, dislocating and breaking every bone. That by itself didn't cause death. Tongs, shears, and various blades rested on a table next to the device. Finally, the wheel. It looked normal enough, like a large wagon wheel, but once tied down to the spokes, every bone was broken along the arms and legs with a hammer. The inscription said that the machine caused appendages to become shapeless and mush afterwards. Then the limbs were braided into the spokes and the victim was left outside for the crows to feast upon. Smaller handheld torture gadgets littered the area, but Brian didn't want to see the rest. A knot formed in his stomach and his head swam. He had never seen those kinds of things up close.
What's the matter?
The man asked.
Not feeling well?
I'm alright.
The man nodded his head slowly.
Looks like you need to toughen up a little.
Brian laughed, but it came forced.
One last thing I want to show you.
The man said.
It's part of the old exhibit.
No, that's okay. I should be getting back. Sammy's probably waiting.
The man jiggled his keys in his pocket, a reminder that the elevator couldn't operate without him.
There's a waiting room for the kids to play games and win prizes. It's fun. He'll be busy for a while.
Okay, but let's make it quick.
The man unlocked another door and they walked into a large chamber resembling a cave entrance. He flicked on some floodlights and Brian stared in awe at the fathomless pit. A small rock peninsula stretched over the chasm, holding an altar chiseled from what looked like marble. The altar held exquisitely detailed etches of runes and symbols. Brian couldn't even begin to understand them.
This can't be real,
Brian said.
It is, my friend.
The man walked over to the altar and motioned with his cigarette.
This is where the sacrifices were brought. The pit is hundreds of feet deep. There's an underground lake down there. Good way to dispose of the evidence, don't you think?
When did this happen?
Brian asked.
Don't know for sure. Maybe 100 years ago. Townspeople like to kill their own folk, you see. So they'd find strangers inside, mostly sailors and drifters. And then they'd trick them into coming down here and strap them down to the altar. Hooks were inserted into their hands and feet, and they were dangled like a puppet in the air. Took hours to die. Sometimes even days. But you know what? The bodies always went missing.
Brian nodded, staring down the hole. He thought he heard something from deep within, some sort of breathing, like when you hold a seashell up to your ear.
So something took them?
Brian asked.
Is that what you're saying?
They're just rumors, that's all. Maybe they bled to death or the weight was enough to tear them free. But I do know the sacrifices were meant for something living deep within the lake.
Brian stared into the blackness, then glanced upward, as if looking for some sort of heavenly presence. He saw stalactites jutting out like thick lances, and old ropes and pulleys bolted to support beams. He was about to ask another question when he noticed the man staring back at him.
Personally,
the man said,
If I hated someone enough, say, some cocky asshole who treats his little boy like shit, then I'd trick him down here and put him through those torture devices first, just for fun. But that's just me. Then I'd string him up with those hooks and watch him squirm. Maybe I'd piss on his head. But again, that's just me.
The man began walking forward, his massive shoulders hunched like a bull about to charge, slowly pressing Brian back to the precipice. He was about to say something, but stopped when the man cracked his knuckles. It sounded like a string of firecrackers bursting. Brian decided to keep his mouth shut.
You met Benny, right?
The man asked, staring directly into Brian's eyes.
The balloon guy?
I think so, yes.
Last year, he found a man behind one of the booths molesting a 6-year-old girl. He brought him down here and strapped him to the wheel and pounded out every limb until they were mush, and then twisted the fucker into a giraffe. But for some reason, it didn't come out quite right. So Benny's been looking for someone else to practice on.
The man poked Brian's chest with his finger hard.
I would be careful if I were you. I think you pissed him off earlier.
Brian realized his hands trembled. He stuck them in his pockets and stared down at his feet.
Now, just so we're clear,
the man said,
we have your name and address. We'll be checking in from time to time. If you keep treating your son like shit, you'll be seeing us again down here. And it won't be pretty.
Brian nodded. The message was clear. The man smiled and went back to his normal demeanor. He even patted Brian's back like they were old chums.
Good. So glad you liked our tour. Now, watch your step and come back again and see us real soon.
7. Night descends.
Brian felt dazed by the time they reached the elevator. He didn't say a word the whole ride up. The elevator came to a halt and the man threw open the doors.
You're wrong about what you told your son,
he said.
There are monsters in the world. Real ones. It's your job to teach him how to overcome them. That's what fathers do.
Brian nodded in agreement. He stepped out of the elevator and the man slammed the door shut. Old gears shrieked and rattled. Brian listened until it vanished, then made his way down the hallway to an open room. He spotted Samuel with a group of kids chatting about their adventures. Brian walked up and put his hand on Samuel's shoulder.
You okay, kiddo? Having fun?
Yep, I am. There was a minotaur that chased us all over. You should have seen it. And they had a secret room with a dunk tank, too. I hit the bullseye and the clown fell in.
Samuel laughed.
He said I threw like a girl, but then he changed his mind when I hit the button.
Sounds like fun, Sammy.
Where did you go?
Carnival people wanted to show me something, that's all.
Like what?
It's nothing. Just some stuff in the basement.
Samuel's interest piqued.
Really? Can I see?
I don't think so. It's not for kids.
Samuel nodded.
You ready to go?
Samuel hefted up his gift bag full of candy, balloons, and zombie stickers. They walked outside. The same announcer sat hunched on top of the roof like a gargoyle, shouting over the crowd, daring them to enter the House of Horrors. Brian didn't look. They walked past the beer tent where the blonde girl stirred a drink. Their eyes met, but he didn't smile at her this time. He held Samuel's hand and continued onward.
Free balloon animals!
A familiar voice called out.
You want one?
Brian asked his son.
For real?
Yep, go get one.
Samuel ran up to the stand while Brian waited. The stilt clown walked past with a crowd of kids swirling around him like they were planets in orbit. The clown threw out candy and laughed as the kids cheered and chased after it. Brian didn't look him in the eyes. Instead, he watched his son hopping up and down in line. Then Samuel was back, brandishing his new weapon.
It's a sword!
He shouted.
See? It's for fighting the Minotaur.
I see it. It's pretty cool.
He made one for you too, Dad.
Without looking, Brian knew it was a giraffe. He told Samuel that he could keep them both. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the clown waving to him. He waved back mostly over his shoulder, trying his hardest to be nonchalant. As they walked back through the parking lot, Brian stopped and glanced behind him at all the tents and neon lights. He inhaled the smell of cotton candy, hot dogs, and other carnival food. The sun began to set, and the wind felt colder. He buttoned up his jacket and noticed the shadows from the carnival sign stretching toward them like uncurling fingers. Instinctively, he put his arm around Samuel and held him tightly. And then it was night.
Under the City. Written by L. Chan. Narrated by Heather Ordover. Dave sits in the dark under the city. Strange that with the end so near, he cannot focus his mind. Every time he tries to concentrate, to hold a thought, it slips away, like those little silvery fish in the sea that he tried to cup in his hands as a child. He looks out into the black, empty space in front of him, trying to define the thing in the dark. Could he make out the shape of it? A deeper shade of nothing? He struggles at his bonds for a moment, but they are strong. The descent began with dark spots on the scan. The doctor broke the news in a practiced tone, equal parts kindness and seriousness. He pointed at each spot like they were no more than the "You are here" markings on a map. He explained that the spots were endlessly hungry and would eat until there was nothing left. The doctor tried the knife first, removing her breasts with clinical precision. 2 months later, the hungry spots returned. Drugs were next, but they didn't work either. The hungry dark continued to devour her from the inside. In a matter of months, there was little left of the woman he loved. The spots grew. The doctor shook his head. Dave kept vigil by her bed until she died in her sleep without saying goodbye. Trussed up like a turkey, Dave's face is in the dirt. His irises expand, greedy to suck in any light, yet he sees nothing. He takes short, shallow breaths. He does not want his companion to wake. He fears hearing her voice again. The hungry dark was replaced with a dull ache in Dave's heart. He tried to fill the void from his wife dying with friends and then drinking. Soon after, the hospital bills came and his finances crashed. Alcohol won out over his job, sloshing in the aching, bottomless pit, never quite filling it. The lawyers eventually came, rendering him homeless, a drifter moving from room to rented room. When what little money he gathered was exhausted, pissed away in the stinking alleyways behind bars, he drifted from couch to couch, spending any goodwill he could scrounge from his friends and family. And one day, even that ran out. Dave discovered a new economy on the streets: begging, stealing, conning. The alcohol stopped helping, but the streets had other delights to feed the aching dark, other crutches. He turned to drugs and lost more of himself in the bright minutes after the poison flowed through the thin metal needles into his veins. He no longer recognized his own reflection and averted his eyes whenever his gaunt visage swam into view. Better to remember how he used to look: smoothly muscled, passably handsome. Dave never felt the speed of his descent into thievery and madness, but when he stood over a baby's pram, with the mother's purse in one hand and the other reaching out for a bottle of milk, he knew that he had hit bottom. Still, the aching dark asked to be filled, to be fed. The last time he saw the light of the sun, he hurt a man. An easy life had left Dave unused to violence. The wallet on the park bench was too tempting an opportunity to pass. He regretted it instantly when the wallet's owner, a large middle-aged man, was hot on his trail, bellowing like a bull. The man caught him around the waist, and they tumbled to the grass together. Dave flailed wildly, desperately. Blind luck allowed him to land one heavy blow on the man's face. The fat man howled and pulled back. Dave punched, he gouged, he scratched. When his opponent was reduced to a blubbering ball of flesh, he lashed out with his legs, channeling months of anger and hate into every bone-shaking kick. His face was known around the park. Any one of a dozen cameras would have caught him. The sad collection of people who he shared the cardboard squat with would have given Dave's name up for nothing more than a few cigarettes. He would have to go even further off the grid and wait until the heat died down, maybe even skip town. Every breath seared his lungs. Dave paused at the mouth of a train tunnel. He thought about all the poor souls peeled from the tracks. The trains ran on a relentless schedule. Those that were unfamiliar with the rails never knew how to get out of the way in time. But they would have to do. The great bulk stirs, shifting the still air. Is it already time? The nylon twine tying his wrists is strong. The sharp edge of the rock bites into the fibers, but it is slow work. The vigorous effort leaves his wrists raw. He can't afford to break the skin. The smell of fresh blood will only wake the beast. Dave enjoyed the safety of the lonely darkness. The silence in the tunnels reassured him that he was not being pursued, and the wallet had money, which he found solace in. The only challenge was to get out alive. He began to have doubts after the third or fourth turn, but when he backtracked, he was confronted with even more choices, more turns, and more forks in the road. Weaving through the city's underbelly, Dave's thighs complained from the constant punishment. The passing hour brought a rising panic. A swollen lump at the back of his throat clutched at his tongue every time he tried to swallow. When he lost all track of time, a sinking despondency set in. Even that went away when his bones told him it had been too long since his last hit. The cramps started in the large muscles of his legs and danced up and down his thighs like fire. He grunted as the spasms chased each other. Then he fell to the ground. Shakes followed the cramps, stealing control of his body. Sweat chilled him as if icy water drenched his shirt. There, in the lonely dark, he slipped in and out of reality, pain getting the best of him. Sometimes it seemed that his wife was with him. He sensed her there, sitting in the dark, smelling of chemicals, disinfectant, and death. He felt the air brush past his cheek as she leaned in close to whisper comforting words to him. Not in the sweet musical voice she had used when they dated, but the dry rasp of her final days. "Stay strong, little one," he heard her say. "Help will come soon." The first strand of twine gives way. Dave presses on. When Dave came to, a small waifish girl was pressing a damp cloth to his forehead. Her face was lit by the dull, flickering glow of a single incandescent bulb. The girl startled when his eyes opened. She put a finger on Dave's lips when he tried to speak. Her features were hidden under layers of grime. She was young. The girl stood up and walked to a small table. The bulb had thrown huge, wavering shadows up on the wall. She filled a paper cup with water from a battered plastic bottle and offered it to him. He sucked it down greedily and cleared his throat after the last sweet drops had disappeared. The ache that had followed him through the tunnels seemed to evaporate. Dave sat up slowly. He was in a long chamber, still in the tunnels, lying on a nest of newspapers and cardboard. Some mismatched, dilapidated furniture decorated the space. A guttering candle added to the weak light, but the corners and the ceiling were still shrouded in darkness. Others were in the tunnel with him, dressed in ill-fitted, faded clothes. Dave had heard of this particular crowd when he was on the streets. The other dregs would whisper about the people in the tunnels, an entire ecosystem in the parts of the subway where the trains never ran. The other homeless spoke of the tunnel folk in hushed tones. They passed rumors of people that vanished below, never to return. The girl squatted in front of him, watching with her dark, inscrutable eyes. Her pale skin seemed almost luminous in the dim light. To Dave, she was beautiful. "Thanks for saving me," he said, reaching out his hand. "My name is Dave." The girl gave him a shy smile that lit up her face, the light from the bulb dancing in her eyes. She took his hand, caressed his fingers. "They call me Flowers in the Night." "Did your parents give you that name?" A troubled look flashed across her face, gone almost before Dave caught it. "My parents called me Natalie. That part of me is dead now." "Excuse me?" "Parts of us are always taken when we're called to stay in the tunnels. The parts that hurt and tied us to the world above." Flowers nodded. "He said someone needed help, so we came and found you. You're among friends now." Dave remembered the voice in the dark. "I heard someone speak to me when I was lost in the tunnels." Dave slipped out from under the ratty blanket. A wave of dizziness crashed over him and he wobbled, putting out a hand for balance. He recoiled at the sight of a dark, sinuous mark on his forearm. The pattern curled around like a snake, a whirling patch of dead skin. He prodded at it gingerly, remembering his wife's cool hand in the dark, stroking his arm. "He marked you. He marks us all when we are called to stay." Flowers raised her thin, pale forearm, pulling up her sweater sleeve. The same mark curled, undulating across her skin in the flickering light. "Who are you talking about?" Dave asked, his voice rising. "Who spoke to me in the dark?" He had dismissed his wife's voice as a fever dream or hallucination. Flowers looked at him, her dark eyes wide with mirth. "You aren't ready to know yet. When the time is right." She turned and swept away into the shadows. Dave struggles. He strains his ears, suddenly alert. Each stroke of the twine against the rock produces a low rasp. His heartbeats pound in his ears. The thing in the darkness, is it aware of him yet? He gets back to work, slowly, methodically. He does not want to die there. It's easy to get used to the warm, welcoming half-darkness under the city. There was no pain or yearning. Dave's need for the drugs was miraculously gone. Flowers smiled when he mentioned it. She showed Dave the needle marks, not on her arms, but between her toes. Suddenly, he understood that the ache was gone, and it would never come back. It had been a long time since he had space for thoughts beyond his next meal or fix. He felt like he had a purpose, to help and be helped. Even after a week, Dave still had trouble remembering names and faces. The flickering light turned people into shadows and back again. He spent most of the first few days asleep, waking to find a plate of cold food. Sometimes Flowers would be in the corner of the alcove watching him, stroking the strange scar on her arm. The food was simple and scavenged from the city above. Ends of loaves of bread, tins of food, half-eaten meat. Dave's strength returned after some time, though time held no meaning under the city. He slept when he was tired. He woke when he felt rested. He learned to work again, his hands and feet unsteady. He helped by fetching water and laying out the scavenged food in the communal larder. Flowers became his closest friend. Eventually, Dave asked her to show him the way back to the surface. She brushed his forearm with her cool fingertips, and he felt a tingle. The wavering light made it seem like the scar was twisting around his forearms, straining towards Flowers' touch. She laughed, the sound high and joyous like the tinkle of a glass bell. "Dear heart, if you have to ask, you're not ready." Dave had looked into the Stygian beyond, and thought twice about venturing out on his own. The flashlights and torches were guarded. Even with a light, he would get lost in the tunnels. So he saved the thought for a different day. Dave feels his bonds breaking. Progressing slowly but steadily, the twine separates one fiber at a time. He forces his hands down, keeping the pressure. Then he feels the scrape of the rock's edge on his wrist, and the sharp, coppery tang of blood fills the air.
Nothing topside for folks like me,
Brad said. He was a bear of a man, over 6 feet tall and thickly muscled. His group went above ground to scavenge and trade. He'd been living in the tunnels for close to 5 years. He was one of the first few to go down. "How many miles of tunnel do you think we got in the city?" Dave asked. Brad gave a snort and thumped Dave on the back so hard he nearly bit the tip of his tongue off when his teeth clicked shut.
"Truth is, nobody knows," Brad said. "Back when I was topside, I started out with some of the crews digging out the tunnels for the trains. We'd have these massive digging machines that just about chewed up the rock and shit it out in chunks. Rest of us would be loading it up and carting it off to the surface. At least that was the plan. There are hundreds of miles under the city. We don't use it all. We didn't even dig it all. Something else did, long before we got there." Brad grew animated as he spoke, absent-mindedly scratching at the twisting scar on his arm. Dave felt his scar itching at the sight. He sat on his free hand to stop it from creeping up to rub at his own scar. "I remember when we busted through the thin wall. Looked like a chamber. Wasn't big and hollow like a cave, kind of like how we dug it, longish for travel. Except it wasn't one of our tunnels. Walls were smooth and old. We sent 2 guys in first. When they hollered, the rest of the crew followed. I stayed to watch the equipment. Nobody wants the lights to go out when you're underground. 2 of them came out. Said there was something I needed to see. They had this crazy 1,000-yard look in their eyes. Next thing I know, they grabbed me and hauled me into the tunnel. That's when I heard it." "You heard a voice?" Dave asked. "No 2 people hear the same one. For me, it was my dad." "My wife," Dave nodded. "Cancer." Brad's eyes opened wider at the news. "My dad, too. The man was still a pack a day when he was trying to quit. It got his lungs and his throat in the end. They had to cut a hole in him just so that he could breathe. That's what I remember his voice sounding like, that funny mechanical sound that was left. That's what was speaking to me in the dark. None of us ever talked about what we heard that day." "But you came back down." "Yeah, years later. I quit. Fell off the grid like you. I hadn't kept in touch with others from that day. I think some of them killed themselves. I came close a few times. Once or twice, when I got really close, when I was just a pill away from never waking up. I thought I was back under the city with the thing speaking in my father's voice. It called. It called me back. So I came." "What is it? What's in the dark?" Brad leaned back, his eyes taking on a glaze of reminiscence. "I don't know what it is, but it's big. And old, older than the city, maybe older than people. And it's hungry." Brad caught himself, snapping back to attention. He unfolded his arms, got to his feet, and walked away. Dave's hands are slippery with blood, warm and sticky. He feels the beast stir. Shouts pierce the darkness in the tunnels, bouncing off the walls, coming from everywhere at once. All the people in the tunnel stood as Brad came hurtling into the light, clutching his shoulder. Blood stained his fingers. 2 others from Brad's group followed, dragging a struggling young man behind them. "Punks jumped us," Brad hissed through gritted teeth. "Don't know what the hell they thought they could steal. This one got me with a knife. The other took off. Careful with him. That dog bites." Flowers stood up straight.
The tunnels will take care of the other. We know what must be done with this one. She drifted by Dave, her eyes dark and fathomless. You will help. The young man struggled while Dave pulled him deeper into the tunnels. Dave had never been down that far. The light from the settlement faded into the distance. The darkness swallowed them. Each footstep was an act of faith, and the quiet shuffle of feet on the dusty floor behind him reminded Dave that he wasn't alone. The dimly lit hovels were a world away. The only things that existed were his hands gripped tight around the sweat-slicked forearm of the interloper, and his quiet, wheezing breaths. The young man had threatened at first. His demeanor softened as the light dimmed in the tunnels. The threats melted into pleadings, and the pleadings into quiet moans and sobs. All of it wasted on his impassive audience. The texture of the air changed, and the echo of the footsteps were not as pronounced. Dave sensed they were no longer in a tunnel, but inside a larger chamber. Flower's slim fingers tapped his shoulder, and the procession stopped. Flowers leaned in close. You must not be afraid, she whispered. You are safe as long as you are one of us. Her fingers danced down Dave's arm, lingered slightly at his strange scars. Warm breath tickled his ear. It's awake. Dave grew aware of a stirring in the air, an uncoiling of something in the darkness, the rasp of something sliding across the dry floor. The trespasser fought to free himself, mewling in terror. He twisted wildly, seemingly powered by a primal fear. Dave felt the dull body heat of a vast thing in front of them. When the creature exhaled, Dave was enveloped in the fetid old carrion on its breath. The itch on his arm became unbearable. The trespasser quivered and was suddenly pulled forward. Dave dug his heels into the ground to keep his own balance. Then all three of them were thrown back. Dave landed hard on his side, his hands still locked in a vice-like grip around the man's forearm. The trespasser's hand twitched spastically, his fingers clenching and unclenching. Dave propped himself up on his elbow, unwilling to loosen his hold. When the struggling stopped, Dave adjusted his fingers for a better grip. He felt the ragged edge of flesh and bone and screamed as he threw the severed arm away. Flowers leaned in to tell Dave that they were done. Unable to move, afraid of what lurked in the darkness, he had to be hauled to his feet and nudged forward. Free. Dave's hands are free. He flexes his fingers quickly. The flow of blood back to his fingertips prickles. He starts working on the knots on his legs. Halfway back, his foot hit something small and hard, the clink suggesting that it was not just another rock. Bending down, he felt the straight plastic edges of a mobile phone. He realized the young man must have dropped it as they drug him to his death. The man's blood was still on Dave's face and arms. The spray in those few moments of chaos served as a reminder of the beast. He shivered at the thought of its hideous hot breath, fading away in the chill of that empty space. He wanted to run then and there, but he had no chance of evading so many. And there was still the thing itself to deal with. Dave knew what he needed to do. Once back, he patiently waited until most of the group had left their part of the tunnels. Thankfully, Flowers had taken several others into the depths to clean up whatever was left of the interloper. Dave spent an hour pretending to organize the larder. He filled his pockets with food and packed a bag with water bottles. He planned to run until the cell phone received a signal, and then call the police. Whatever the people under the city were doing, he wanted no part in it. He ran. The pain began as he left the dim lights behind. The scar on Dave's forearm squirmed, burning as though it was being flayed from his skin. He bit down hard on the inside of his cheek to keep from screaming. He forged on. Each step ratcheted up the level of agony. It felt like something had soaked his hand in gasoline and set it alight. Dave, unable to take another step, sagged to his knees, defeated. "Why do you flee?" His wife's dead voice echoed from the dark, a mocking, taunting tone. "Why do you run? There is nothing left for you above. You were running when I found you, half dead, broken, spoiled. Look at you now, running again, but to what? Everything you need is here." The pain was replaced with a throbbing buzz like the purr of a content cat. The thud of footsteps approached. Dave held up the mobile phone, its tiny, bright screen a futile protest against the darkness. Flowers appeared out of the shadows, a lopsided smile on her face. "Wasn't what I gave you enough?" The dead voice came from her dry lips. Dave wanted to scramble backwards, but his scarred arm would not obey. Flowers was clad in a form-fitting black outfit, dark and skin-tight. Except she wasn't. Dave saw the light of the phone bouncing off the fine hairs on her arm. Flowers was naked. Her entire body was covered by the strange black scars. Strong hands seized Dave from behind, too strong to fight off. "Yes, Dad, we'll bring him to you," Brad mumbled, as if replying to someone only he could hear. As they led him back into the chamber, Dave wondered why the thing always took on the voices of the dead. He wondered if anybody had ever heard its true voice. Then he saw the gaze of madness in Flower's eyes, and had his answer. Almost free, almost, but not quite. Dave feels 1,000 eyes on him, the eyes of this ancient entity, this terrible old one, hungry, but never dying, aching, but never filled, just like the darkness within. Its presence rolls over his skin, and the scar on his arm purrs in pleasure. His savior whispers secrets to him in its true voice, and he finally understands. Dave smiles in the darkness under the city.
Part 1. The Lost Town of Deepwood, Pennsylvania. When I was a kid, my dad traveled a lot for work. Back then, his company was growing exponentially, and my father was sent to oversee the opening of new stores all across the country. In 2002, he had a particularly busy year. My dad was assigned to a store in Pennsylvania, and because it was a longer assignment and because it was summertime as well, he decided to take my mom and I with him. Since we were going to be there for 2 months, they gave us a fully furnished house in the suburbs. It was 2 stories tall and at the end of a very lonely cul-de-sac. The town itself was very small, with a little over 3,000 residents, and the suburb where we stayed was even more rural. Our neighborhood was relatively new, and most of the houses were still empty. The housing development, Lonewood, had only just started cutting into the dense forest that surrounded it, and all the empty houses gave it an eerie, albeit boring feel. Lucky for me, there were a few other kids who lived in Lonewood, and one of them happened to be my age. Jamie and I were both 12, and really, that was all we needed to have in common. We had a lot of fun that summer. Being a city kid, I was eager to explore all the bike trails local kids had made out in the woods. The city of Middlesbrough was a very old town which was incorporated sometime in the early 1800s. The town had tons of history, but nothing really to do. One particularly boring Sunday, Jamie and I even went to the town's museum. It was pretty boring, as expected, until we heard some kids ask an employee about the lost town. The employee replied that it was just a legend, but that was enough to pique my curiosity. I quizzed Jamie about it, but he didn't seem to know much either. It was a full 5 weeks into the summer before I finally got my questions answered. Jamie and I were building a bike ramp over a narrow stream late one afternoon when we saw a group of 5 teenagers boisterously heading out into the woods. They were carrying flashlights and beer, several of them trying to scare the girls of the group into turning back. I wonder where they're going, I mused as I glanced over at Jamie. He stood up and wiped his brow. I know where they're going. Where? I stood up and dusted the dirt off my shorts. The novelty of living in a small town had weeks ago given way to boredom, and I jumped on anything that sounded remotely interesting. They're looking for the lost town, he sighed regretfully. Okay, seriously, what is that? I knew you know more than you let on. I need to know, Jamie. I need to know. I shook his shoulders in mock hysteria, and he stumbled for balance. All right, I'll tell you. Geez, Katie. Jamie picked up his bike and started walking down the bike path. I grabbed mine and followed him. The lost town is just a dumb legend. The stories say that Middlesbrough had a sister city nearby, somewhere out in these woods. Then one day, like a century and a half ago, the whole town just disappeared. The people left or died, nobody knows. Nobody even remembers the name of the town. It's like a rite of passage or something for kids to go looking for it. Jamie, we should... No! He stopped and turned to look at me. Some kid went looking for it in the 70s and never came back. They found his body like 10 years later in the middle of nowhere. He got lost out there. It's easy to do, everything looks the same. He was a total idiot, probably on drugs. It was the 70s. We're a totally different generation. We have sat-nav. Sat-nav? He looked at me curiously. Jamie had lived in this town his whole life, and sometimes I forgot how sheltered he was. Satellite navigation? My dad has a GPS that he totally wouldn't notice missing for a day. Oh, come on, Jamie. It'd be so much fun. I'd never get back. Jamie looked at his watch and then mounted his bike. My dad is taking me to a movie tonight. We rode in an uncomfortable silence until an idea struck me as we rolled over the abandoned train tracks. They were old and almost buried by plant growth. Hey, I know you don't want to talk about it, but has anyone ever found anything? No. Well, my friend's older brother said he found some human bones out there once, but nobody believed him. Oh? And where do people look? Well, almost everybody goes to the lake. He pointed to the left of us, where we'd seen the teenagers heading earlier. It's pretty deep back there, but they figure if there was another town, they would have lived by the lake, so that's where they go. Well, you know what I would do? I would follow the train tracks. I mean, they look pretty old, and I don't know why they would lay them going back into those woods unless there was something back there. So that's where I'd go. Jamie considered this, and then nodded. Yeah, I guess I could buy that. No one follows the tracks that way, though. That's where that kid that disappeared went. I wasn't swayed. I didn't bring up the lost town again until 2 weeks later. It was the weekend before we were moving home, and my parents had a barbecue for the employees of Dad's new store and some of our neighbors. Jamie and I hung out inside the house and played my N64 while we flirted pretty outrageously. There had been an unspoken sort of mutual attraction throughout the summer that no one had the guts to act on. Since I was moving home in 5 days, there really was nothing left to lose. Although his intentions were probably pure and genuine, I'm embarrassed to say that mine were not. I thought that if I could make him want to impress me, he would agree to go looking for the lost town. The legend had thoroughly consumed me. I had been to the local library every morning for the past week, looking for more information on the town, and had found nothing. But legends don't come from nowhere. I was sure of it. I knew if we didn't leave by 2 p.m., we wouldn't have enough daylight to carry out my plan. I already had a backpack packed with water, a flashlight, a camera, and a can of red spray paint. I figured if we left the tracks, we would need a way to find our way back to them. I thought I was so clever. Nothing in that backpack made a damn bit of difference in the end. I was a fool. I set my controller down and turned to look at Jamie. So, do you want to go out to the woods one last time? I raised my eyebrow and smiled at him. Yeah, he said excitedly, and he jumped off the couch. Then, embarrassed, he cast his eyes down at the floor. Yeah, if you want to, that's cool. Cool, let's go! I grabbed his hand and ran out the front door, grabbing my strategically placed backpack on the way. Jamie didn't even notice it. He was walking faster than I was. When we had gotten a decent way into the trees, Jamie turned around and looked briefly at my face before casting his eyes to the ground. He rubbed the back of his neck. I've actually, wanted to kiss you all summer. I was stunned into silence, absolutely dumbfounded that Jamie had the guts to say anything like this. I knew I needed to fill the awkward silence left in its wake, so I did the only thing I could think of. I leaned in and kissed him. It was the awkward first kiss of two 12-year-olds, but it made me feel warm and sent a flight of butterflies swirling into my stomach. So I actually really did like Jamie. How about that? I let him go, and his face was the same shade of red that I imagined mine was. He quickly changed the subject to how long he'd wanted to ask me out, but that he didn't think I'd liked him back. We walked for a while, carrying on this conversation, him oblivious to his surroundings, me subtly leading the way. It took him stumbling over the tracks to break off his monologue and finally notice the backpack. He looked at me like I'd punched him in the face. You can't be serious. Jamie, I know, but look, this is the last time I'm going to see you in a really long time, and I want to remember today. We will only be out for 2 hours max. We'll be back before they even realize we're gone. Jamie stared at the tracks for a minute and seemed to be considering it all. I held my breath until he finally let out a deep sigh. Okay. Oh my god, Jamie, He held up his finger, cutting me off. But we follow the tracks the entire time, and we turn around after an hour. Okay. I was so excited that I hugged him. It would be the first and last time I ever did. As we walked, we talked about all sorts of mundane things, stopping only to make sure we were still on the tracks. It felt like we had only been walking for 45 minutes, but when Jamie checked his watch, it had been 3 hours. That's weird. It hasn't been 3 hours. It says it's 5 o'clock. He trailed off. I swear, we left just after 2. It can't be 5. Dude, your watch is busted. I gave him a playful shove. Jamie raised his eyebrow at me and smiled. Even so, we should probably turn around. He wasn't wrong. The sun was setting. The shadows were long, and looking around, I wondered if it really was 5 o'clock. But I wasn't ready to give up just yet. As we'd been walking, I'd noticed something taking shape off of our right. A large mass, maybe a quarter mile away. It was denser than the area around it and seemed to have clean, man-made lines. Jamie, look! He turned. Yeah, I was hoping you hadn't noticed it. It's a long way off, though. We would never find the tracks again. Yes, we would. Check it out. I triumphantly pulled the spray paint out of my backpack. It's for the trees. He took the can and shook it, then made an experimental X on a nearby tree. Okay, but I get to do the spraying. I didn't argue. The closer we got to the mass, the more it took shape. First, we could tell it was a building. Then, we could tell it was a church. By the time we got to the front door, we were looking at a very old and dilapidated chapel. Remembering my camera, I took a picture of the wooden plaque over the door. Whatever had been written on it had long ago worn away. We walked around the church in awe, The building was small, maybe 500 square feet. The windows were, surprisingly, all intact, but were so caked with dirt and grime that we couldn't see anything inside. "How do we get in?" I asked quietly.
"I don't know, but we're going to figure it out. Wait until my brother hears about this. I mean, holy shit, look at this place!"
His excitement was contagious. The front door had a pull handle, but try as we might, we couldn't seem to open the door. "Do you think it's locked?" I asked as I watched Jamie struggle with it.
"Yeah, maybe. I mean, it must be. There was a door around back, though."
The door at the back was a lot more sympathetic and let us in with relative ease. We were standing in a small room with an old wooden desk attached to a wall. There was a small fireplace and old portraits hung up around the tiny office. The people in the pictures were all standing in front of the same maroon background and looking down at us disapprovingly. Books were scattered everywhere, most in a language I'd never seen before. The floor was covered in dirt, and a pair of old shoes were laying haphazardly in one corner.
"Whoa,"
I said in awe.
"Yeah, whoa."
I looked over at Jamie, who had a huge smile on his face. He was holding up a cross and a piece of paper. "What is it?" I walked over to see.
"It's a list of names. There's like 60 people on this list. Maybe a town census?"
"Let me see." I pulled my flashlight out of my backpack and shined it on the parchment. Deepwood. Do you think that's the name of the town? All these names are crossed out. All except this one. I pointed to a name at the very bottom.
"Maybe it was the plague."
"You think it's a list of the dead?" Jamie shrugged.
"Makes as much sense as anything else."
I walked over to the desk and leaned against it. "Why do you think they left? I mean, look, there's a jacket or something on that chair, and shoes over there. The town pastor, whatever, he just took off and left everything like this?"
"Or died,"
said Jamie as he folded the paper and put it into the backpack. "Yeah, died. Either way, it must have been creepy as hell to be alone in here." I stared at one of the portraits for several long seconds. The young woman painted there seemed to be staring down at me with a very accusatory look. It made me incredibly uncomfortable. I was so absorbed in the paintings that I didn't notice the slow creaking from overhead until the ceiling cracked loudly as it started to cave in. I screamed and covered my head, but the next thing I knew, I was lying on my back over the threshold of a door, Jamie on top of me, protecting his head. Thanks, I mumbled as I gently pushed Jamie off of me.
"Don't mention it."
Jamie climbed to his feet and brushed himself off. I glanced behind him at the office, which was now filled floor to ceiling with decaying debris. "Jamie, that was our way out."
"That's okay. We can unlock the front door now that we're inside, or break one of the windows."
If the back of the office was unsettling, the chapel was downright disturbing. Even though the grimy windows allowed very little sunlight in, I could make out 8 rows of pews lining the narrow aisle and a tall podium at the front of the chapel. Jamie and I stumbled around the small nave, breaking windows on either side with pieces of wood we had found. The sun was still setting, and I wondered how much of a difference the muted light would make. When I broke the last window on my side, I turned back around to survey the chapel, disappointed that the lighting wasn't much better. The room itself seemed to repel light. The wooden pews were completely rotted. In fact, the wood we had used to break the windows of the church were leg stands from the front row. The narrow aisle in between the rows of pews was littered with leaves and rotting wood. But that was nothing. Nothing compared to what sat upon the altar. It wasn't a podium, as I had thought earlier. It was a statue of the crucifixion, but unlike any I had ever seen before. The paint had been worn away on every part of the statue, except the blood of the crucifixion wounds, which stood bright and realistic and seemed to be oozing before our very eyes. The only other surface left untouched by the decay of time was the face of Jesus. The details of his face were still so incredibly minute and perfect, and he had the same accusing eyes as the portraits in the pastor's office. He seemed to be staring directly at me, and I could tell Jamie felt the same, though he was across the room from me. The statue's stare awarded me an edge of panic, and I suddenly realized that we needed to leave. We weren't wanted here. I had the sudden feeling that we were trespassing on some sort of hallowed ground. We had found the church. We had documents proving we had been here, and now it was time to go. I turned to Jamie to tell him so, and could immediately tell that he did not share my feelings. He had been born and bred on these legends, and nothing was going to tear him away from our discovery. I watched him walk over to grab the camera out of my bag. He took pictures of everything he deemed interesting, including the crucifixion statue, much to my unease. I gave him several minutes before I said something. "Jamie, I think we need to leave," I said in a low voice. Jamie stopped and looked up, seeming to remember I was there. "Are you kidding? This is what you came for. We have to bring home evidence of all of it." "It's going to be dark in half an hour. It's already hard to see in here." "Duh, that's why I'm using a flash. Hey, can you get a picture of me next to this creepy Jesus thing?" I guess," I mumbled as I took the camera from him. I didn't even want to look at it, much less photograph it. But if it would help me get him out of here, I was going to stomach it. Jamie wrapped his arm around it just as I snapped the picture. "Don't touch it! Oh, crap, why did you touch it? Oh, there's something off about that thing. Jamie, can we freaking go now?" "Yeah, fine." Jamie walked over and picked up the backpack as I headed toward the front door. I noticed there was no lock on it. I pushed against the door as hard as I could. It didn't budge. My heart sank. There wasn't even a handle or a knob. It was just a solid piece of wood with strange markings on it. Symbols I had never seen before. "Jamie, the door is stuck," I said as I turned around to see him testing a piece of the floor with his foot. "What are you doing?" I asked, hearing the edge of panic in my voice. He was still at the front of the chapel, a foot from the Jesus statue, hopping back and forth from one part of the floor to another. The statue's eyes seemed to be only on him now. "There's something under here! See?" I heard the floorboard creak under his left foot as he put weight on it. "Jamie, don't!" "No, it's like under the dirt right here. The floor is hollow." He kneeled down and started digging through the thin layer of dirt. "It's like a trap door or something." And it was indeed a trap door. By the time I had walked the length of the pews, Jamie already had the edges dug halfway out. "Let's just leave it and your brother and his friends can come back and see what it is. Please, Jamie, I want to go." There was something wrong with this place. Terribly wrong. And the thought of spending one more minute here had me on the precipice of a panic attack, something I hadn't experienced in over a year. I sat down against the front pew and put my head down. I heard a roaring in my ears and my breathing grew labored. I had to leave here, even without Jamie. I rocked back and forth for a few minutes as I tried to calm myself down. I would climb out a window and run. In any direction, it didn't matter. "There's something here, under the church!" Jamie's voice sounded a million miles away. By the time I pulled myself together enough to lift my head, Jamie was knelt next to me. "I didn't know you were claustrophobic." At least, that's what I think Jamie said. I better remember the horrors I felt as I stared at the hole in the floor. Jamie had opened the trap door. 2 minutes, Jamie said as he stood up. "We go down, we take a couple pictures of whatever's down there, and we come right back up and leave.
Just 2 minutes, Katie, that's all I'm asking. I wanted to say no. I intended to. But I felt myself slowly nodding as Jamie pulled me to my feet. To this day, I don't understand why I agreed. But I suppose that it's better that what happened down there didn't happen to Jamie alone. We're going to come back with the story of a lifetime! What if there's valuable stuff down there or something? Old shit is always worth money. Oh, we could be rich! So rich that your family could stay here! You could buy the house you're living in and come to school with me in September! I managed a small smile. Of all the things someone could think to buy with wealth, Jamie's first thought was to keep me here with him. And he was right. There could be anything down there, and almost all old stuff was valuable. I took a deep breath. Okay, 2 minutes, I agreed. As we leaned over the trapdoor and peered down, the first thing we noticed was an intense heat emanating upwards from the hole. The second was the strangely out-of-place spiral staircase leading into the depths below. Jamie rolled the flashlight over to me with his foot, and I picked it up as he pulled his lighter out of his pocket. "Ladies first," he smirked at me. I stared at him slack-jawed. No way! You found this door, you go first. Between the black staircase and the heat, I feel like we're descending directly into hell. I am not going first. I crossed my arms and glared at him to reinforce my point. Jamie simply shrugged and stepped onto the staircase. I took several deep breaths as I watched his head disappear into the darkness below. I almost didn't follow him. I was still deciding when he yelled at me to shine the flashlight down the stairs so he could see. I started down the stairs after him. They went down much farther than I thought, and it became warmer and warmer the further down we went. When we finally reached the bottom, I was holding back what threatened to be a massive anxiety attack. We were farther beneath the church than I thought we'd be, and it was hot, muggy, and difficult to breathe. Hoping to get this over with as fast as possible, I swung the flashlight around the chamber, hoping to reveal its hidden treasure. What I saw there, I can never describe, though I have tried many times. The room was entirely empty, save 2 things. One was a desk in the corner, much like the one in the pastor's office. The second was another statue. This one was roughly 12 feet tall, and remains to this day the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. To put it mildly, it was some sort of demon. It towered over us, and as such, I could only see the bottom of its jaw from where I was. It was looking directly ahead of it, at the staircase we had just descended. Its tail was long and swept around the entire room. There wasn't a lot of room to move. It had claws, like any modern depiction of a demon, and as I moved around the chamber to view its profile, I noticed it had horns as well. Neither Jamie nor I spoke as we shuffled around the room, our backs to the wall as far away from the demon as physically possible. I stepped carefully over its tail as I made my way to its back and came around to the other side of the statue. I couldn't take my eyes from it. I couldn't trust it. If the statue upstairs seemed to bleed, what could this one do? As I eyed the talons on the gigantic stone feet, Jamie broke the silence. Can you believe this shit? His voice was coming from the other side of the room. I searched the darkness for the weak glow of his lighter and was relieved to see it moving towards me. I turned my flashlight upward to shine it on the side of the demon's head. The horns had to be at least a foot tall. As I brought it down to see where Jamie was, I hit my arm on something hard. Ow, my head! Jamie squeaked as my flashlight fell to the ground and rolled under the desk. God damn it, Jamie! I whispered in a panic. I dropped to my knees and felt around under the desk, searching for the flashlight. What? It's not my fault you cracked me on the head.
I stood up and swung the light around to see Jamie trying to relight his lighter. But it wasn't him that stopped me dead. I will forever be frozen in that moment. I don't know why I couldn't speak, couldn't scream, couldn't move. All I could feel was my own internal descent into madness. As I had moved the beam of light up to Jamie's face, I had seen another face right next to his. A twisted, angry, soulless face. The demon's. The statue had bent down and turned to the side, its head mere inches from Jamie's, and it was staring at me. I cannot describe its face, and I'm not sure my mind will ever let me remember it in detail. It shook me to my core in a literal sense. My body was having a dark, violent, visceral reaction to this impossibility. Jamie finally noticed the flashlight shaking in my hand and turned to see what I was looking at. It wasn't until he started screaming that I was shaken from my paralysis. I dropped the flashlight, Jamie dropped everything else, and we ran. We took the stairs 2 and 3 at a time, Jamie pushing me up ahead of him. Halfway up, I slipped, and we both went tumbling down halfway to the bottom. In that horrible moment, we heard the grinding of stone against stone, and we knew the statue was moving. Jamie screamed, but I was mute, too horrified to make a sound. We got up and kept climbing, never taking our eyes off the small, dying light above us. Our only salvation now. We were almost to the top when I first heard it on the stairs. It was so large and heavy that the entire staircase shook with the impact. Terrified that the stairs would come crashing down and we would be left alone with it below, we jumped the last 3 steps. Jamie pushed me up out of the opening. He climbed out after me and tried to slam the trapdoor shut, but it was somehow stuck. We could hear a deafening thunder on the staircase as the statue slowly climbed the steps. I helped Jamie try to push the trapdoor closed and for the first time noticed the symbols on the bottom of the wood, the same as those on the front door. Before I could begin to comprehend this, I noticed the demon first penetrate the shaft of light on the staircase below. It was coming. Jamie saw it too, and pulled me to a standing position while pointing at the front door. We both ran at it as hard as we could, but when we hit it, it didn't budge. We tried again, but it was unsympathetic.
Katie, the windows!
We ran to the closest one and tried to climb up the wall to get out, but the windows were too high. The thunder from below was getting louder, closer. It was more than halfway up the stairs. We tried to climb on the rotting pews to reach the windows, but they crumbled under our weight.
I'll push you out! Give me your foot!
Jamie yelled over the sound of bellowing from below. I shook my head. I wanted to, but I couldn't leave him. I couldn't leave Jamie to face that thing alone. We both looked over at the door again. Our only chance was to keep trying to break it down. We stumbled back into the aisle and ran at the front door with everything we had. I thought I felt it move. We backed up even further and ran at it again. This time, the impact knocked me backwards into the aisle, and Jamie barely stayed on his feet. He looked at me in horror, and I turned around to see stone horns rising up from the darkness of the trapdoor, 3 feet from where I sat. We were going to die here. I stood up, refusing to turn around again. I knew that the next step it took would bring its head into the room, and the thought of seeing its face again had me running at the door with every last bit of strength I had. Jamie reached it at the same time, and I felt it give way as we crashed through the threshold and landed outside the church. Jamie had picked me up off the ground before I could think to move, and we were running toward the train tracks at an Olympic sprint. We could still hear the thundering on the stairs, no matter how far we got from the church. Every step echoed through the woods like a gunshot. Until they stopped. It was here. I had no idea if we had run in the right direction, or if we would be forever lost in those woods. It was dark now. It was now dark outside, and the temperature was dropping fast. I was beginning to panic that we would never find the train tracks when I noticed Jamie wasn't next to me anymore. I turned around in a panic to find him sprawled on the ground a few yards behind me. He had tripped over one of the rails. He was up and running down the tracks before I could even ask if he was okay. We ran until we couldn't anymore. Our running eventually slowed to a jog, and the jog to a walk. We hadn't spoken. Neither of us had any idea what to say, and it wasn't until we had both gotten our breath back that one of us finally broke the silence. "How long have we been on the tracks?" Jamie's voice had an edge of barely suppressed fear. I looked at his wrist. I noticed his watch was missing. "It didn't take us this long to find that place, or did it? Do you think maybe we went the wrong way?" Jamie asked hesitantly. I couldn't afford to think like that. If we had somehow gotten turned around and ran the wrong way down the train tracks, then we were deeper into the woods than ever. "No, we went the right way," I said to convince myself. "That thing," Jamie started. "I thought it was a statue, but maybe it was some crazy, undiscovered giant reptile that was hibernating, and we woke it up." So we were going to delude ourselves into thinking that there was a scientific explanation for this. I understood why, but I just couldn't accept it. "Yeah," I said slowly. Did you see the weird writing on the front door? It was on the trapdoor too. Do you think it was keeping it down there? Because, Jamie, all those doors are open now." "Well, if it was an animal, words mean nothing to it anyway." "Yeah, if..." I trailed off, hoping he would challenge my implication. He didn't. I could tell this was something Jamie's mind wouldn't accept. But he hadn't seen its face. Not like I had. It was no animal. It was made of stone. It was something sinister and anciently evil. And it had seen me. Had seen right down into my soul. It was aware of me, and I was aware of it. And now, it was free. Whatever had been keeping it beneath the church has been awkwardly destroyed by Jamie and me. That thing was free to walk the woods and go God knows where. We walked in silence for another half hour, until Jamie suddenly stopped short and started yelling, "Here! We're here!" He booked it down the tracks toward a swarm of flashlights, and I followed close behind him. As soon as Jamie reached his parents, he collapsed, while I ran into my mother's arms and cried like a child. I couldn't hold it together any longer. The police report says we were found at 4 a.m. By our sense of time, about 3 hours after the sun had set. We had spent less than an hour in the chapel, and yet we seemed to have lost 10 hours there. We never told anyone where we had actually been, or that we had found the lost city of Deepwood. We simply said we went for a walk to the lake and got lost in the woods. My family left Middlesbrough the following Monday, 2 days ahead of schedule. My father had another store to open, and there was really no reason to wait. Jamie didn't come to say goodbye to me, and after we left Middlesbrough, I never saw him again. I kept a copy of the police report to remember him. Over the following year, Middlesbrough slowly disappeared. At first, I could just feel the memory fading unnaturally from my mind. My parents couldn't remember that we had ever been there, which scared me more than anything else. I taped the police report to the ceiling over my bed so that Jamie would be the first and last thing I thought about every day. Then, the Middlesbrough City website disappeared, as did that of the local paper and the town's 2 public schools. The store my dad helped open in 2002 also disappeared from the company's website. After that, I could never find any mention of Middlesbrough anywhere online ever again. Over the years, I searched public records for Jamie's full name and found nothing. I hired someone to illegally search private records, and he came up empty too. In the end, the only proof that Jamie ever existed at all was the police report with his name on it. And then nothing was left. One day, the paper I had taped to my ceiling for so many years was blank. I remember what it was, and what it looked like before. But now it's just an old, weathered piece of blank paper. All that remains of Middlesbrough and the people who live there are my memories. And this is why I'm writing the story down and uploading it to the internet. Once it's on the internet, it can never die, right? Or perhaps one day it will just disappear, and you won't remember ever seeing it, and I won't remember ever writing it. And I can only hope that this ended with Middlesbrough. If it has moved on to other towns, who would know? Who would even remember? I wish I had answers. But all I have are questions.
Part 2. Return to Deepwood. Harrisburg is an antiquated yet charming Pennsylvania town on the Susquehanna River with roots reaching back into the 18th century. At least, that's what the tourism brochure read. I'd really have to take their word for it. I had researched a lot of Pennsylvania townships in the last year, but this wasn't one of them. I handed the brochure back to the tall, red-faced girl behind the hotel desk. She sniffed loudly as she took it, and unceremoniously slid my credit card back across the counter at me. "Thanks," I muttered. The girl dropped a brass key on the counter, which I eyed with suspicion. I hadn't seen a hotel with actual brass keys since I was a kid. I didn't know if it was my limited funds or Harrisburg's antiquated charm at work, but either way, it sent an involuntary shudder down my spine.
Room 217. Checkout's at 10.
The girl said, wiping her small, watery eyes with the back of her sleeve. I picked up my luggage and shoved off to find my room. Eager to be done with it, I hadn't bothered to ask where to find room 217. When I finally located it on the other side of the building, I was exhausted and ready for whatever awaited me on the other side of the door. It was as you'd suspect, dated, droll, and dusty. I took a short shower and spread my maps out on the painfully flat, yet somehow still lumpy hotel mattress. It was strange to be back in Pennsylvania after all these years. Honestly, I was just happy it was still here. I'd spent years trying to pretend I dreamed it all, trying to convince myself I'd had a very vivid, psychotic breakdown, and I'd never actually been to Pennsylvania at all. And I might have believed it too, if it weren't for Jamie. He was as real to me as the face in the mirror. I couldn't have dreamed him up if I wanted to. And if he had been real, then so had everything else. The damned church, the demon, and the hell I'd brought down on Middlesbrough. I needed to see for myself. I needed to prove that I wasn't crazy, even if doing it meant I would have to face the consequences of my actions. The death. I stared at my notes and topographical maps until my vision began to blur. I'd been researching and preparing for this trip for a year, and yet, here I was, in Pennsylvania, still with no real direction. It had been 13 years since I'd stepped foot in the state, and only for one of them had I considered coming back. I'd lived only half a life for the last decade, slowly suffocating under the heavy, pungent cloak of guilt. Usually I could escape it in Ambien-laced dreams or when I was utterly blackout drunk, which is an easy order to fill when you work in a bar. But a year ago, my tricks had abruptly stopped working, and it had been too long since I'd come up for air. I'd known it was time to go back. I spent an hour trying to find a comfortable position on the worn-out hotel mattress. When that failed, I picked up the maps again and studied their details, though I'd memorized them all.
I suppose I was waiting for something to just click. Some small detail I'd overlooked that would suddenly make all the difference. A clue as clear as daybreak that had been in front of me all along. But none came. And when I woke again, it was buried under a pile of legal pads and maps and suffering a sore back. I showered again, not trusting the comforter, and reluctantly drank the motor oil that passed for breakfast blend coffee. I packed up my research, checked out of the hotel, and sat in my car watching the sun slowly brighten the populated downtown area. At least the creature hadn't made its way here. This city had a population of around 50,000. But how many other cities with similar populations were gone because of me? It wasn't something I wanted an answer to. Since I had no other data to go on, my plan was to drive to the least populated areas and see if what wasn't there would give me a clue to what once had been. Basically, I was looking for an area that by all logic should have a city, but didn't. I put the Ford Focus in drive and headed west out of town. Half a day was spent driving to the middle of the state, and another 2 aimlessly driving around central Pennsylvania looking for something familiar. A mountain, a water tower, a road, anything. But it was as if I'd never lived here at all. On the 4th morning, discouraged and frustrated, I checked out of yet another shitty motel. I only had 3 more days before my flight back to Arizona, and so far the trip had been utterly useless. The man at the front desk took my key and gestured toward the continental breakfast of pre-packaged muffins and horse-piss coffee. "No, thanks," I grumbled. "Where you headed?" "Huh?" I raised an eyebrow at him. "Where are you headed?" he repeated, more slowly. I couldn't place his accent. The closest I could get was maybe Southern. "Oh, I don't know." "Well, if you're headed down the 320, gas up before you leave town. There ain't no gas stations nor towns between here and Leninburg." "But that's like 90 miles away." "Yep, never understood it myself. People get stuck on the road all the time, blowing tires and running out of gas. I don't know why the government hasn't done something about that." "Because they're broke!" someone yelled from the back office. "Yep, that's it most likely. The state ain't got money for it." I'll get gas before I go," I promised, and received an approving nod in return. I practically ran out the door. For days I'd been looking for the out-of-place, the not-quite-right, the bizarre, and this was... well, it was odd at least, and it was all I had. I gassed up before I left town and followed the signs to the 320. As promised, it was nothing but dark asphalt for miles. No exits, rest stops, signs, or even mile markers. This was it. It just had to be. Since there was no one else on the road, I drove well under the speed limit, taking in every detail. Eventually, I began to notice that periodically there would be a gap, not in the foliage, but in the coloring of it. Every so often, a grove of trees would be duller, sicker. It was something you'd only notice if you were looking for it. So the creature, as I taken to calling it, could technically give life in the process of filling in the hole of previous existence, but not very good life. The fauna in these spots was weaker and bore dull, almost muted coloring. I continued noting these spots until I couldn't count them anymore. These had likely been cities or homes of people with lives, families, futures, all taken from them because of me. I felt the panic begin to claim the edges of my vision and quickly popped a Xanax. My panic attacks had become unbearable after Middlesbrough. I suffered from them still. The edges of my vision got hazy and I was able to relax a fraction. At some point, I processed the presence of the dilapidated railroad tracks running parallel to the road. I noticed them early on, but my mind had hidden the significance of this until now. They may not have been the tracks, but to me, it was a sign that I was on the right track, so to speak. I was close. I had to be. And if Leninburg was still there, that meant the creature hadn't made it that far yet. I somehow knew. Like I knew that I'd once lived somewhere off this road, that the creature had been moving north. But it hadn't claimed Lannenberg yet. Why? Was it satiated? Had it left the area? Or was it just slow moving? Whatever the answer, I felt I'd learned it in Lannenberg. As I reached the outskirts of the city, I saw my first road sign since I'd merged onto the 320. Lannenberg, next 17 exits. I decided to take the exit that would get me into the heart of downtown Lannenberg, if there was one. I hadn't researched the city of Lannenberg either, thinking it was too far north to matter, and yet, here I was. The downtown area began to take shape off my right like the damned church had in the woods so long ago. But I didn't need spray paint to find my way anymore. I exited the highway and drove around the cityscape until I found a centrally located hotel that I could afford. I parked and heaved my bags out of the car, hoping they had vacancy. They did. I was told by the overly flirty college senior behind the front desk, slinging his guitar behind his back. "Do you have Wi-Fi?" I asked as he handed me the keycard. "We do, but there's a $10 a day charge for the password." Damn. I was on an extremely tight budget. "But I can give it to you for free if..." He let his voice trail off suggestively. "If what?" I raised a skeptical eyebrow at him. "If you let me write a song about you." He wrote my credit card receipt so he could read it. "Caitlin." I sighed. Okay, yeah, fine. At this point, there wasn't much I'd say no to. I was going on 4 days of restless sleep. He eagerly gave me the password and I retired to my room, first floor, thankfully. I took out my shitty laptop, connected to the hotel's equally shitty Wi-Fi, and pulled up the Wikipedia page for Lannenberg. It was a larger city for this part of the state, around 55,000 residents, mostly due to the fact that Lannenberg hosted a state university. It was a progressive, young, educated town filled with hipsters and young professionals. Where to even begin? I threw my notes, my phone, and my GPS in my backpack, and decided to start with the front desk of the motel, much to my own dread. The college kid who checked me in was strumming chords on his guitar and softly humming. "Excuse me." He looked up at me and winked. "You're pretty eager, foxy lady, and I like that. But songs take time to write, even for the most talented." "Yeah, actually, I was just wondering where I can find the university," I interrupted, suppressing an eye roll. "Mama, this whole city is a campus. I mean, where do you want to go? You a new student? I'll show you around. I get off in..." "No, I'd like to find This had been a horrible mistake. Think of something quick, genius. Admissions office. I need to talk to admissions." "Oh, well, that's about half a mile down Rooker Street. That's the one. Running in front of the building. Got it, thanks." He started to say something else, perhaps which way to go down Rooker, but I was already out the door. Not knowing what else to do, and wanting to get as far from the poor kid as possible, I picked a direction and started walking. Even though it was May, I was still freezing. I hadn't been built for the far north, and my blood had thinned out living in Arizona. With my backpack and my age, I probably would have passed for any other college student on campus, if it wasn't for the hoodie I'd pulled tightly around me. I envied them all. Kids just a year or two younger than me going to classes, hanging out with their friends, making stupid yet assuming mistakes. It could have been me. Once. But I hadn't grown up like them. Ever since Middlesbrough, I'd struggled with school and life in general. I couldn't focus. I couldn't laugh. I became a sarcastic, guilt-ridden introvert and I lost all my friends. Then my dad died and my mom started to look at me differently. I stopped talking about Middlesbrough the day I heard the word hospital whispered to my mother by a psychiatrist. Even though I stopped trying to prove it had all been real, my mother never really saw me as her little girl again. I moved out at 18 and lived alone for years, working in an English pub, trying to forget how many people were probably dead because of me, including Jamie, the knife that took the deepest. I walked the downtown area all day. I didn't know what I was doing, where I was going, who I should approach, or what I should ask them. I just knew I was in the right place. I'd been drawn here for a reason. I felt it in my gut. This was where I was supposed to be. But for the 5th time in as many days, I had to ask myself, what now? I suppose I could have spent days wandering around Lannenberg. I could have left empty-handed and never known what happened all those years ago. I could have never found him. But as fate would have it, it only took half a day to find what I was looking for. It was well past noon, and I'd stopped at a small cafe to eat a sandwich. Since the restaurant was packed wall to wall with students, I went outside and leaned against the brick wall by the door. I suppose I noticed it because it was so brightly colored. Or maybe because it was the only piece of litter I had seen all morning. Or just maybe it was simply because I was supposed to. But for whatever the reason, when a bright red flyer blew past my feet, I reached out to step on it. Curious, I bent down to pick it up and read the heading. Tethan History Museum, Lannenberg, Pennsylvania. Upcoming exhibitions. 13th to 14th century Judeo-Christian relics and artifacts. And below that was a description of the exhibits to be unveiled. I skimmed down the list quickly, seeing little of interest, until the very bottom. Statue of the Demon, Metaraxis. My mouth fell open. It was too much of a coincidence, nothing to be ignored. I checked the date on the flyer, May 2nd, 2014. 3 weeks ago. I threw the rest of my sandwich in the trash and took off. I'd seen the museum that morning and I knew exactly where to find it. It was only 3 blocks away and I got there in under 5 minutes, flew up the building steps and stumbled straight to the cashier window. "Student ID, please," the old man said flatly. "I'm not a student." "Well, you look." "How much?" $11. I was gladly willing to pay. I didn't stop to grab a map, instead joining a tour group already in progress. The museum, I could tell, was a veritable labyrinth, and I certainly didn't want to get lost. Not in here. Not with that thing. If indeed it really was what I half hoped, half dreaded it could be. It took the longest 20 minutes of my life, but we finally came to the room I'd been waiting for. "Now, behind this door is our newest exhibition on ancient Judeo-Christian artifacts. Please do not try to touch anything or you will be escorted out. These pieces are centuries old and may be damaged by the slightest touch. If you have behind that door what I suspect you do, then I highly doubt it. Also, please, no flash photography." My heart beat a million miles a minute as the docent opened the double doors and my group was shuffled in. I lingered toward the back, letting everyone go in front of me. I had come thousands of miles and done months of research to find that statue, to prove I wasn't insane. Yet when the time came to possibly face my nightmare, I was hesitant. Finally, I was the last, and the docent had to wave me in with a polite but impatient hand. There were about 100 things in that room. All sorts of things, really. Sculptures, paintings, pottery, even other statues. But I only had eyes for the thing in the middle. It was larger than I remembered. Not the 12 feet I had guessed. It was actually closer to 20. But every detail of its face and body was exactly as I remembered, though it was positioned differently now. In the church, all those years ago, it had seemed as if it was standing, waiting, yet content. But now it was positioned as if ready to leap off the stone square that it stood upon. Its tail was paused mid-air, instead of wrapped idly around its legs as it had been before. Though it was taller than I remembered, I could at least see its face this time. It wasn't particularly scary, just an empty, stony face, far from the hungry, animated one it became when it woke. And like the crucifixion statue in the damned church, it had eyes only for me. The rest of my group took photos, oohing and awing as they made their way around the room. I stood directly where I was, against the now closed door, going no further. The docent walked around the room, discussing notable pieces of the collection, and I only moved from the door when she finally stood before the creature. And finally, the jewel of this exhibition, a granite statue from the 14th century. This is a representation of Metaraxus, a lesser-known demon of Christian mythology. It is unique in its size as well as its crisp detail, especially for something so old. Our conservationists are unable to discover its place of origin or creator. I edged closer and closer to the red velvet rope. Its eyes followed my every step. The room seemed to grow hotter. The docent moved to the side so people could get pictures in front of the statue. Though I couldn't blame them. I barely kept from yelling. This was madness. The stone platform on which the demon stood was covered in red velvet, which pooled at the creature's feet. It hid the words inscribed on the front of the granite stand that Jamie and I couldn't read those many years ago. The docent droned on about nothing, and I read the description on the plaque. 14th century representation of the demon Metaraxus. Artist unknown. No shit. And then I saw what I didn't know I'd been looking for. The triangles. The symbols I would never forget, etched into the doors of the damned church. And once I found one, I found another and another. There were half a dozen of them. So that's how they're doing it. They, whoever they were, had placed wards all around the base of the creature's stand. The museum not only knew what this thing was, they knew about the sigils on the doors of the damned church and were using them to trap the statue here. The revelation was like a punch to the face. Someone was aware of what the statue really was and was blatantly risking innocent lives anyway. It was insane. In a panic, I turned to find the docent and saw her conversing politely with an elderly couple. "Excuse me," I interrupted loudly. "Yes?" She failed to mask her irritation at my rudeness. "Where did the museum acquire the statue?" "This piece is on loan from a private collection." "Whose?" "It belongs to Jameson Scott." The docent, feeling the exchange was over, turned back to finish her conversation. Jameson Scott. I knew that name, but from where? As our group began to move out of the room, I took one last look at the creature, Metaraxus, and shuddered. Its eyes had never strayed from me. I took my phone out and pulled up a Wikipedia page on Jameson Scott. I had to know who could be this stupid. He was young, my age, but wealthy, had his own company and well known in the tech industry for multiple inventions. The words brilliant, pioneer, and industry leader were scattered throughout his Wikipedia page, which had no picture. At the end of the article, under personal life, was a short paragraph about his interest in symbolism and ancient artifacts. I shook my head as my group was herded into the museum's gift shop. What did he want with the statue? How had he acquired it? And how did he know about the wards? None of it made sense. I wandered through the gift shop idly, picking up trinkets and wondering just what to do. Should I warn the docent? The curator? Or did the Scott person know what he was doing? Were the wards enough? Somehow I didn't think so.
"Are you going to the lecture tonight?"
Someone asked from behind me. I swung around, my backpack nearly taking out a postcard stand as I did.
"Oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else."
The red-headed girl turned to leave. "What lecture?" I asked before she could get away.
"The lecture our guide was talking about?"
I stared at her blankly.
"Jameson Scott's lecture on the exhibit?"
"He's in town?"
"Yeah, that's what she said,"
the girl said flippantly.
"You should go. He's really hot."
She turned to leave.
"Wait, where's the lecture again?" "The auditorium in the history building, behind E,"
she said, as if I should have known. And I guess she wasn't wrong. I was only a few years older than her, and I looked like a college student. Apparently everyone thought so.
"Thanks,"
I yelled after her as she walked off with her giggling friend. I would definitely be there. I had a few things to say to this guy, and I wasn't leaving Pennsylvania until I did. I sat in the back of the auditorium, as was my custom. The room was filled wall to wall with people, faculty and students alike. An empty podium sat in the front, and a tall, blonde-haired security guard stood to its left. He had a gun on his hip, and his hands were folded behind his back. Maybe he wasn't a security guard after all. I was pretty sure state campuses were gun-free, which meant he was with somebody important. Jameson Scott, no doubt. The guard stared straight ahead, his eyes boring a hole into the wall behind me. Lots of things about him made me uneasy. The murmurs and whispers died down a moment later when a thin, attractive man walked purposefully onto the stage. "Good evening," he began. He graced the room with a smile that couldn't fool me. The emotion didn't quite reach his eyes. If anything, he looked like the most stressed out and tired 25-year-old I'd ever seen. "My name is Jameson Scott. I am here to speak to you tonight about a few ancient and interesting items I have collected over the years. I'm sorry, but I will not be answering questions about my company, our newest patents, or my personal charities." Easy, Christian Grey, I rolled my eyes. There were a few disappointed groans from the audience, but Jameson Scott smiled and directed a flirtatious wink at no one in particular. He was an alarmingly charming man. "I have been interested in ancient relics, particularly those of religious significance, for many years. Since I was quite young, actually. A somewhat traumatic experience played the catalyst, and I've been studying and collecting ever since. I'll begin with some of my more well-known pieces, and then move on to the more exotic." Scott began his lecture on a bowl from Mesopotamia that was supposed to bestow on the user unnaturally long life, as long as you drink from it only water siphoned from the bottom of the Euphrates River. He spoke extensively about several other equally uninteresting artifacts, before finally coming to the only one I cared about, the statue. "Please study this photo for a minute." Scott clicked to the next slide in his slideshow, and the demon statue appeared against a blood-red background, as imposing and terrifying as it was in real life. A blanket of heavy, uncomfortable air descended on the room as people averted their eyes from the screen and mumbled uncertainly. I didn't take my eyes off of it. "This is the piece I spent most of my life trying to locate. May I introduce to you the demon Metaraxes." He paused for a minute and clicked to the next slide, a Dante-esque depiction of hell. Metaraxes belonged to the second hierarchy of demons, though he is virtually unknown, and this is simply because of his nature. Metaraxes doesn't kill or possess. He doesn't vie for power, bring darkness into the hearts of men, or try to influence innocence. Metaraxes eats. But he eats more than the flesh of man. He eats their homes, their histories, and their souls. If you were to be eaten by Metaraxes, it would be as if you never existed at all. No one would remember you, and now the empty piece of life you had carved out for yourself in the world would fill in as if you were never there. Everything that was you, or would ever be you, is gone. Jameson Scott paused artfully to let his words wash over the audience, every soul in the room hanging on every syllable. I suppose it really was quite interesting, if he didn't know the heartbreaking truth of it. Which I knew he did. For someone hailed as a genius, it seemed utterly reckless of him to romanticize all this. I crossed my arms and slumped lower in my chair. When this was over, one way or another, Jameson Scott and I would be having a conversation. And this is why Metaraxes is unknown. There is no one to speak his name or his deeds, alive or dead, or there wasn't for many centuries. At some point in history, Metaraxes grew tired of being unknown and unworshipped. He proclaimed that those who prayed to him and brought him sacrifice would not only be spared, but also given gifts of everlasting youth and resilience, that which he had stolen from others. It is believed that several ancient civilizations took him up on his offer. They sang his songs, built his temples, and created beautiful artwork in his likeness, such as the one in your museum, to praise the demon and reap his gifts. And this would have gone on for many years until a name was called that refused to be sacrificed. Metaraxis chose his tributes selectively, but eventually a name would come up of someone rich or in power, and that person would maneuver out of it, or simply commit suicide. In these instances, Metaraxis would grow angry and eat the city and all the people therein, leaving no trace that he or they had ever existed. This would have happened many times over the centuries. Now, this was interesting. The creature could be tamed, like a pet, and as long as you gave it the treat it wanted, you would not only be saved, but rewarded. Something else to consider is that no one ever knew how often Metaraxis called a name. Since the person would be absorbed by the demon, no one would ever remember that they had existed at all. It could have been one person a year or 5 a day, and no one would know but the demon himself. You will find mentions of Metaraxis scattered in religious texts dating back as far as 1700 BC. But this statue is rare in that it is the only known likeness of him ever to be found. Jameson graced the many hands in the air with another tired smile and said, "I'm sorry, but no questions tonight. If you haven't yet had the chance to see the statue of Metaraxis, I encourage you to experience it before it is shipped to New York next month." Then, without any ceremony at all, Jameson Scott simply walked off stage, and the lecture was over. His security guard, who I realized was more like a bodyguard, stepped forward to block several girls who jumped the stage to follow his boss. With him busy, I knew I had a chance. As the throng of people pressed forward to the upper exits, I fell back and went out the rear. I sprinted out of the building and rounded the corner, hoping to see what I gambled was there. And it was. Jameson Scott was climbing into the back of a white SUV when I spotted him. He glanced in my direction at the sound of his name, but then shut the door and rolled down the window as the SUV began to pull away. I threw a Hail Mary. "Your wards on that demon will never hold!" My voice echoed down the alleyway. The brake lights came on suddenly, but no one exited the car. Taking it as an invitation, I ran up to his window. For a mere 25 years old, he sure looked like he had seen some shit. His lined, pale, yet attractive face no longer carried a tired look, but a surprised one. I bent over to catch my breath. He didn't speak, but opened the door and scooted over. I climbed in. "Who may I have the pleasure?" "Caitlin Ross." I held out a shaky hand. His surprise seemed to turn to shock. "Caitlin Ross," he said slowly, with a strange inflection of reverence. "Yes," I said, exasperated. "I'm Caitlin Ross, and your words? They're bullshit." He didn't even bother to ask how I'd known, which in turn bothered me. He simply tapped the seat in front of him and the driver let go of the brake. "Those wards have held for 6 years, Miss Ross. I assure you, they'll hold." "You have no idea what you're dealing with here." "Oh, I assure you, I do." There was a hard, yet sad edge to his voice that suggested personal tragedy. I wondered if I'd misjudged him after all. "My apartment's only a block away. Perhaps we should speak more in my study. This isn't a conversation for anyone to overhear." I noted the finality in his voice, and nodding, sat back in my seat. As long as I got to say what I'd come to say, I didn't care where we went. We were let off at the corner where several men and his personal detail were already waiting. Scott escorted me into a private entrance and private elevator with only one button marked Penthouse. As soon as the elevator doors opened, one of his men ushered me into his cavernous study, and the door was shut behind me. For whatever reason, Jameson entered from a different door a few minutes later, followed by his head bodyguard who'd been at the lecture. This one didn't like me one bit, barely concealing irritation and shades of panic when he saw me. He was older, clearly over 30, with dark blonde hair and a square jaw. Jameson sat down behind his desk while I continued to stand. He gestured to an empty seat in front of him, but I shook my head. He gave a suit-yourself shrug and turned to his bodyguard, whose eyes continued to bore angry holes through me, as they did everything else he looked at. This was quickly becoming enemy territory.
Scotch for me, Bannock. Anything for you, Caitlin?
No thanks, I mumbled as the guard Bannock raked his hair back from his forehead in exasperation. I assumed at Scott's familiar use of my first name. I'm no threat to your boss, buddy. If anything, he's a threat to everyone else. I returned his icy glare, never wavering until his lips grew into a thin line, and he curtly nodded to Jameson and left the room.
First, Scott began, I want to establish...
Do you have any idea what you're doing? I asked, suspending all platitudes. Jameson leaned back cautiously in his chair, giving me a casual, go on gesture. Why would you bring that thing to a populated city? Why would you put it on display for all to see and touch? What sort of arrogance allows you to think that you could control it with a few poorly copied sigils? He made no move during my short outburst, other than to tend his fingers and stroke his jaw with his thumb.
Which question would you like me to answer first?
Just then, the one called Bannock opened the door with a little too much force and brought his great lord and master a scotch. He turned to stand beside Jameson's desk, which seemed a natural and familiar spot for him.
You may go, Aric.
Jameson clipped without so much as looking at him. The guard didn't move, and I continued to stare daggers at him. We engaged in our own little personal, silent standoff. He, like the statue, had eyes only for me, and they were filled with rage and fire.
He can stay,
I ground out, finally. Let him know I'm not afraid of him. If he was grateful for my help, he didn't show it.
As you wish. Your question?
I slid my eyes reluctantly back to Jameson. How did you get it?
I bought it from the government.
The government had it? I asked incredulously.
The state of Pennsylvania. It appeared on government land in the middle of nowhere, according to the surveyor who found it. They shipped it off to PSU, who dated it and appraised it, and then they put it up for auction.
They just sold it to the highest bidder.
Yes, and why not? It's a piece of granite to them, and they needed the money. The state of Pennsylvania is suffering its own financial crisis. Though I suppose that's what happens when, in essence, 20% of the state just stops paying their taxes. It's a curious thing.
I winced. He didn't need to elaborate. Why did you buy it? I demanded.
Because I have a personal history with Metaraxis. He has taken from me.
He's taken from me too, but I'm not parading him around in public, risking people's lives, their souls, according to you.
If you listened to my lecture, you would know why I do that.
I remained silent. Jameson sighed and leaned forward.
You're right, Caitlin. The wards won't hold him, not forever, and we don't know what will. The only reason they're holding now is because I'm giving him what he wants.
I scoffed. You assume that being exhibited in a museum satisfies the creature's desire for worship? And you're willing to stake people's lives on that?
I am. That creature has not moved a millimeter since he came into my care. I've employed teams of symbologists and demonologists to research, test, and advise me on the safest course of action. And for our efforts, the statue has remained dormant.
Yes, but it's not dead. You're going to kill someone, someday. Jameson sprung up from his desk and was in front of me before I even had a chance to take a step back. His bodyguard took an almost involuntary step toward him, but it was too late. Jameson was only inches from me, and much more intimidating at eye level. Bannock seemed uneasy and ready to pounce if I tried anything. I didn't.
What would you have me do, Caitlin? Would you like to take custody of it? What would you do with it? Tell me, and I'll consider it.
Destroy it! He gave a sad, desperate bark of laughter.
Don't you think I've tried that? Don't you think the first thing I did when I acquired it was try to kill it? I tried to incinerate it, hit it with a wrecking ball, I even ran it over with a tank. It wouldn't be destroyed by any tools of man, and believe me, Caitlin, I paid dearly for my attempts. Almost everything I love is gone.
Then I'd put it back where it came from. If the church was even still there, and if I could find it. No one can do that. He laughed. Who did it kill? Who that you loved? I don't know why I cared so much, but I couldn't let it go. I had to know. Scott took a step back, but held his ground. She. He trailed off. And how did you escape the creature when it came for you? This question hit him physically, like a bullet. He leaned back against the desk, suddenly weaker, defeated, and less imposing. Bannock visibly relaxed, his hand sliding off the handle of the gun I hadn't noticed was still holstered in his belt. That is a story for another time. Fine, but I wasn't backing down. Then why you? Why are you the person who is qualified to own the statue? Because I've seen its face. My fate is bound to it as surely as yours. Jameson Scott rubbed his face in genuine exhaustion. If he hadn't been speaking the truth, then he was a damn good actor. He looked up at me, finally, from hooded eyes that burned with some intense, unnamed emotion. And who did it take from you? Jamie. I had nothing to hide, and I wouldn't disrespect Jamie by hiding the truth. I raised my chin a little higher and crossed my arms. Scott's expression had turned milder, almost pensive, and a sad smile graced his handsome face. The tension in the room abated, though Bannock was looking at me intently, his expression unchanged since the moment he'd walked into the room. When Scott didn't reply, I decided it was now or never. I want to see it. No, he replied quietly. Alone. No! This time, both Jameson and Bannock had spoken at the same time. I'd known he wouldn't let me go. He never let me near the statue again. I'd assumed this before I'd even met him, which is why I swiped the museum keycard off his desk as soon as I'd had the opportunity. Why not? I asked him anyway. Because he knows you. And you know he could break the wards if he wanted to. No, he can never get past the wards. They are perfectly drawn and blessed as they should be. But I won't risk your life. Jameson Scott suddenly seemed battle-weary, so much older than his 25 years. Don't even try it, Caitlin. He will take you if you do, and the only one who will ever remember you is me. His plea was multi-layered, intricately woven with threads of both deceit and familiarity. Once again, I was put ill at ease. There was only one more thing I wanted from this room. Who did it take from you and how? Tell me that, and I'll leave Landenberg in the morning and never come back. It was a lie, but I was curious. Jameson's eyes shifted to mine, perhaps to gauge if I meant what I said. He must have believed me because his gaze drifted to the window, and he answered my question. I took her from myself. It was an unsatisfying answer. Now, leave, commanded his bodyguard before I had a chance to reply. Jameson stared at me as I took a step back from the desk. His eyes were again pregnant with an emotion I couldn't name, but it tread a line between longing and insanity. Perhaps desperate desire, perhaps insane desperation, perhaps something in between. I will walk her out. Bannock bit as I made my escape out the door. God, anyone but him. No, I need you here. Andrews will see her out. The door closed behind me, and I heard no more. Andrews turned out to be an older man with a bald head and a white beard. He met me at the elevator and escorted me all the way to the ground floor, saying little. Do you need a ride somewhere? He asked as we stepped out into the street. No, I can walk. He said no more, just turned around and let the private door shut behind him. Nice of him to ask, at least. As I walked back to the museum, I had time to wonder just what in the hell I was doing. Why didn't I listen to Scott and just leave? What did I hope to gain by seeing that thing again? Couldn't I just trust that he seemed to have everything under control? Scott had the resources, the money, the people, and most importantly, the motivation. He had lost someone too, after all. Someone he loved. Though how that had come to pass was not clear. But I knew I had to see it again. Perhaps I could prove to him just how dangerous that thing was, regardless of the precautions he was taking. I needed to convince him to take the statue off display before more people died. It was madness, having it here. He was exposing innocent people to a demon on a reckless gamble. If I could make that statue move just an inch or two, maybe even a turn of its head, it would be on the museum security tapes, and I could prove the thing wasn't truly dormant. I read him as a pragmatic, reasonable man. He would remove the exhibit at once. I trusted that much, didn't I? Once again, I pulled up Jameson Scott's Wikipedia page. All I knew was that he was a pioneer in the tech industry, rich as a Rothschild, and interested in 14th century Judeo-Christian artifacts. It didn't fit. It just didn't. Unless Jameson Scott was telling the truth. But even if he's being honest about his past, Scott was still lying to me about something. Like everything else in the last week, I would have to trust my gut. I arrived at the museum and walked around the giant building looking for the gift shop. At that moment, I knew two things. The statue's room was next to the gift shop, and museums usually had nighttime security. I slid Jameson's card through the reader next to the door, and a light flashed green while the door emitted a soft click. I pushed it open and peered into the empty gift shop. Dim overhead lights gave the room an eerie and foreboding glow. The room reminded me of another room from over 10 years ago. A nave, darkened by dirty windows and a muted setting sun. I was younger then, more innocent, and I'd had Jamie then. What I wouldn't give to have him with me now. What would he say? Would he trust Scott? Would he attempt to stir the creature for the greater good? Or would he say I was stupid for risking my life? Jameson was convinced the wards would hold. Would Jamie have been too? Whatever happened, I hope I didn't fail him. Part 3. Death of Deepwood. I padded quietly through the dimly lit gift shop, pulling the straps of my backpack tighter over my shoulders like a security blanket. When I reached the opposite door, I leaned my head against it and tried to calm my rapidly beating heart. Taking several deep breaths, I slid Scott's key card through the blinking card reader and was rewarded with a green flash and another soft click. Creature was right where I'd left it, as still as the statue it was pretending to be. I took my time wandering around the room, my eyes never leaving Jameson Scott's prize exhibit. If the demon was as satisfied and successfully warded as Scott bragged it was, then the creature either wouldn't notice or wouldn't care about my presence. I was starting to hope he was right. When I finally came around to face the statue, I approached it slowly and unbuckled the velvet rope with a shaky hand. I was so close to it now that all I could see when I looked up was the underside of its gigantic head. I suddenly wondered if years of schooling would help me read the words inscribed on the statue's stone platform. I bent down and started to pull up the velvet covering when I heard a quiet scrape above me, like stone on stone. It was a sound I'd heard before, and the soundtrack of my nightmares. So I had been right all along. The statue wasn't dormant. It was a hollow victory. I dropped the velvet and backed away from the statue, trying to determine what had moved. Nothing had changed to my naked eye, but I know what I heard. Bumping against the back wall, I decided to play a wild card. I needed it to move perceptibly if I wanted proof that that thing was still dangerous. I turned away from the demon and faced the wall, using an arm to brace myself. I couldn't believe I was doing this. I pushed my chips all in. Do you really think I'm scared of you? After all these years? I asked quietly, my voice echoing around the room like a gunshot. "You're just a piece of rock now, harmless to me." I held my breath and waited. Nothing. Feeling both disappointed and relieved, I sighed and turned around, dropping the keycard as well as my jaw. Though it hadn't made a sound, the statue was now not only facing me, but leaning out as far off its stone platform as it could. Its mouth was open and, almost imperceptibly, growing wider by the second. "You can't leave your platform," I breathed, as much to myself as the creature. My whole body was shaking, and I was quietly backing up, slowly to the door. I'd gotten what I'd come for. Now it was time to leave. It happened in the breath of a second. There was a sudden crack as the demon's tail whipped through the air behind it from one side to the other, as though it were not made of stone, but of flesh and blood. The glass encasing it on either side shattered, the makeshift wall behind split in two, and the velvet ropes came crashing down. One of the poles sent a sigil flying across the room. I screamed like I'd never screamed before, as the creature's neck seemed to stretch across the room toward me, one of its wards no longer effective. I turned my back on it and ran for the door, realizing too late that the keycard now lay under a heap of rubble. I reached the double doors and tried to jerk them open, hoping they weren't locked from the other side. They were. The creature was once again still as stone, everything but its eyes, which followed my every move, hungrily. I beat on the door, yelling for security and wondering if I was doomed, and which thought would be my last. In my hysterical panic, I suddenly remembered how I escaped this fate 13 years before. I stumbled back from the doors as much as I dared and ran at them, shoulder first. They moved, creaked even, but ultimately laughed at my efforts. These were no rotten, decaying church doors. Crazed with fear, I backed up to try again, and this time, just as my shoulder reached the door, it opened from the other side, and I went spilling over on top of something hard. Or someone. He rolled over, and I passively registered that I landed on an enraged Bannock. He was standing and pulling me up by the strap of my backpack before the door had even closed behind us. Bannock struggled to say something, trying several times, but was too angry for words. I didn't care. I threw my arms around him, just happy to be on the other side of the door. He didn't hug me back, just froze stiff and waited for me to get off of him. When I finally pulled back, I pulled my hood down and looked him full in the face. He wore a decidedly guarded look. "Did you see what it did?" I asked, pushing hair back from my face. "That thing is not dormant at all. Tell your boss that, and it needs to be moved. Tonight, if possible." In lieu of a response, Bannock grabbed my arm and headed toward the lobby. Since it was away from the exhibit room, I didn't care. He could take me to jail if he wanted, as long as Jameson Scott heard what happened here. I'd made my point to him and lived to tell the tale. Or had I? I suddenly wondered. Honestly, if I'd learned anything in that room, it had been that the creature hadn't forgotten me. The girl that got away. My life was a black mark on its record, an insult, and I had gone into its lair and challenged. What did I think was going to happen? Of one thing I was abruptly certain. It wouldn't stop until it had my life. The creature would burn through 100 cities, perhaps 1,000, to claim me. It had told me all of this somehow, hadn't it? I suddenly realized my mistake. The creature had been dormant when I arrived in Lannenberg, as it had been dormant 13 years before in Deepwood. And once again, I had awoken it from a harmless slumber. How many people would pay the price this time? How many people had to die before the end? Finally understanding the true cost of my arrogance, I let out a muffled cry and faltered, wondering with revulsion if perhaps I should go back and face my fate. "Wait!" I coughed, trying to pry the guard's fingers from my arm. Bannock suddenly spun me around and pinned me against a wall, his arms braced on either side of my head. My eyes snapped up at him in shock, and I recoiled from what I saw there.
What the fuck are you doing here?
I was just...
Why did you come back, Katie? After all these fucking years?
My objection died in my throat. But it couldn't be. It wasn't possible. And yet, somehow it was. My legs gave out under me, but Jamie caught me on the way down. He was older than he should have been, and stronger than I'd ever thought the skinny kid from Middlesbrough could be. But his eyes hadn't changed. And it was Jamie all the same. Even his expressions were familiar to me, I realized. What I'd first thought was seething anger was actually just barely controlled fear. Had the creature killed me after all? Was I swirling in the dark abyss with Jamie and all the others who had been taken? Jamie? My voice broke over his name.
Christ, Katie. You need to leave now and never come back. Hell, leave the country if you can. He'll never stop looking for you now.
I couldn't register what he was saying. Who wouldn't? Leave what country? Jamie. How was Jamie here? He kept me pinned there, his hold rigid, his eyes desperate and a little bit pissed off. Jamie. I tried again. How did you...
How did I know you'd come here? When has the word no ever kept you from something you wanted?
No, I mean how?
We'll take her from here, Bannock.
A voice behind him interrupted me. Jamie slowly turned to face the three men, only one of which I recognized.
This one has been too much trouble. I want her gone.
Jamie returned with ice in his voice.
Mr. Scott says we're not to take orders from you anymore, Bannock. Give her here.
Jamie suddenly pushed me out of the way, and I went sliding across the floor, the wind knocked out of me. A rushing filled my ears as I tried desperately to catch my breath. When my hearing came back, Jamie was yelling at me.
Go!
I looked back to see two men down, and Jamie struggling with the third. My sneakers struggled for purchase on the slick marble floor, and when they finally found it, I was up and running toward the lobby on the wings of adrenaline. I suddenly heard a sound like a book slamming onto a table. I spun around just as Jamie went down, clutching his shoulder. He fell on top of the man he'd been struggling with, who was now unconscious. Blood began to drip over his fingers, and I went sliding across the floor as I tried to stop to double back for him. Jamie started to say something but passed out mid-sentence. His hand dropped from his shoulder, and thin tendrils of blood began to race each other down his chest.
Well, now that is impressive. Jameson Scott stepped forward from where he'd been leaning against the door. And I'm not impressed by much at my age.
I stumbled over to Jamie, but Scott stopped me with a single click of his gun. He walked over and rested a foot on Jamie's chest. I froze where I was.
I saw you take my keycard, you know. You played the role perfectly. In fact, everything went according to plan. Except him.
Scott kicked Jamie in the ribs, but he didn't make a sound.
What do you want? I spat. Your name came up. I want you to die.
Why? Scott gave a pretentious scoff.
This isn't a Bond movie, Miss Ross. I don't need to explain myself to you.
But you will, won't you? You want me to know how clever you are. I was playing fire with him, but why not? We were far beyond caution now.
You're quite bright. There might have been a place for you on my staff, if things had been different.
Don't flatter yourself. Why then? Why are you giving a demon what it wants? Didn't it kill someone you loved?
My daughter, actually.
And why? It's my gift to a world I was born too late into. You know, I was 50 by the time the internet was invented.
50? What a sad irony, then, that I was a technological genius.
Oh, but the universe does love its sick jokes.
Do you realize I've single-handedly guided the history of modern technology? It's true. But I reached my 70s, and then my 80s, and my vision began to fail. My hands would shake.
I'd forget coding. I could barely manage to read at one point. I'd made millions, but I hadn't even started. I decided the world couldn't afford to lose me yet. So I tracked down every piece of ancient lore I could that may help me reclaim my youth. Most of it was rubbish, of course, but I was desperate. I'd almost given up until Mataraxis found me. I knew what he was as soon as I saw him. So I bought him and warded him using the sigils I'd read about in ancient text. Of course, there was an expensive trial and error period. Many of my staff were killed in the process. But eventually, we discovered the right sigils. The first thing I did was track down the man whose name was etched into the granite at Mataraxis' feet. I presented him for sacrifice, and I was rewarded. That was 6 years ago. I adopted a new name and started a new company. All was going well until your name came up about 4 years ago. It really stumped me because Mataraxis only desires those who are connected to him somehow. I didn't know who you were, and you're far from the only Caitlin Ross in the world. I did try several others. Mataraxis would take them, for certain, but the name never changed. I was getting desperate. So you can imagine how happy I am that you showed up on my doorstep. God is telling me that he approves of my methods, and that I must stay alive for the good of humanity. My company is in the middle of revolutionizing surgical robotics, for Christ's sake. I will take a few lives to save 1 million. Furious at his arrogance, I struggled to keep my voice level. Don't lie to yourself, Scott. You're no hero. Just an old man afraid to die. No, Caitlin. I'm just a man refusing to grow old. What can I say? I'm determined and resilient. I want to be young until the day I die. That's not resilience. That's vanity. Vanity is what you're buying with my life. There's always a price for social change, Miss Ross. And today, the cost is you. Oh, but you look upset. Don't be afraid of death, my dear. Not for such a worthy cause. I'm not afraid of death, and I don't care about your diabolical plan. I just want you to get to the goddamn point. Jamie's breathing was growing shallow, and my voice dripped with animosity. As you wish. Scott nodded at something behind me, and then there was darkness. When I woke, I was lying on a cold marble floor, my brown mess of hair fanned out underneath me, stiff with dried blood and my wrists bound. I sat up slowly and tried to brush the hair out of my eyes. I knew where I was. There was no point in turning around to see it, but I did anyway. It wasn't the fact that my name was engraved at the base of the statue that velvet cloth had covered. It wasn't the wards which had moved from the demon's feet to the doors and walls of the room. It wasn't even the fact that the demon's head was turned as to be looking directly down at me. No. What terrified me most in that room was the man leaning against the wall, hands bound behind his back, as condemned to death as I was. The blood on his chest had dried, and he was awake, his eyes only partly open, watching me with an unreadable expression. You look like shit, Jamie, I said matter-of-factly, as I pulled myself up to lean against the base of the statue, the only thing nearby. I've been busy, he said, his mouth curling up into a sarcastic smile. I'm sorry I killed you. Again. I tried to smile back, if only to keep the tears at bay. Nah, we'll survive this. I admire your optimism, but look around. I rested my elbows on my knees and sunk my head into my arms. I lived through it once before, didn't I? Yeah, about that. How? About a week after you left, things started disappearing around town. People, businesses, even roads. No one remembered them but me. Then one day I woke up in an empty house. My dad and my brother were gone, so I fled to the only place I knew was safe. The damned church. Jamie shrugged. I figured it was the one place the demon would never go. I don't know how long I lived there, but it felt like years. I slept at the church and traveled to nearby towns to steal what I needed to live. And then, one day, the towns were gone. All of them. As he spoke, I watched him, memorizing every detail of his face. Even when I was nothing, I hoped something was left of me. A little piece that would remember him. So I decided to find the thing. My dad was gone, my mom didn't remember me, and the only person who knew who I was lived 1,000 miles away. So I went from town to town until I found it. It was just there, standing in the center of town. Nobody even thought it was weird. I was a pro at drawing sigils by then since I'd spent so much time at Deepwood, and sigils have to be perfect to work, so I tried to ward it. It would take a little while, but the statue always managed to break them. I'd find it a little further from its base every night. People didn't seem to notice the statue had moved. What they did notice, however, was some kid loitering around their town. Since I looked older, and the town was getting wary of me anyway, I joined the local police force and spent my nights on patrol downtown, keeping an eye on the thing, reapplying sigils. Occasionally I would wake up outside and I'd know my words had finally failed. And then I'd have to track it to a new town and start all over. Why didn't it just kill you? I asked myself that until a few years ago when your name came up. I think it needed me to find you. Ironically, in the end, it didn't need me at all. You came anyway. I thought about that, and wondered for the first time if I actually had come back to prove myself sane. Had I really intended to kill it? Or prove I'd been right? Or had it actually been about Jamie all along? It took a long time, and a lot of towns, he continued. But I finally figured out what I was doing wrong. A sigil will slow it down, but in order to stop it, the ward needs to be blessed. And not just by anyone. By the second son of a Roman Catholic, preferably from Assisi, Italy, or at least near the region. Don't ask me how I figured that out. So what happened to your second son from Assisi, Italy? He disappeared. Shit. I pushed my hair back again with my bound wrists. Yeah, by that point I was a sheriff and I'd been a city over. I came back to town to find my exit missing. The statue was gone. And that's when Jameson Scott got a hold of it. And that's why you were protecting him? You think I was protecting him? No, he was transparent about his intentions from the start. I applied to be on his detail but was denied. No name, no experience. I only got on because I was able to take out all his bodyguards in a sort of hand-to-hand combat trial. Guess all those trips through the police academy finally paid off. Agreed. How does Jameson Scott know more about the statue than we do? Because he had almost 80 people on his staff who did nothing but travel every corner of the globe looking for any scrap of information on Metaraxis. We aren't the first ones to live to tell the tale. Just the first to stick around. I did all I could to keep people away from that thing. A name would be engraved on it one day, and a new name the next. It took me a long time to figure out what he was doing. And by then, your name had come up. He's become obsessed with you, and I damn sure wasn't going to let him find you. Well, that explains why you were mad when you saw me. Mad? Katie, I've never been more terrified in my life. I spent years leading him down false paths, only to have you present yourself like a lamb for slaughter. I'm sorry, Jamie. I wasted all your fucking time. You spent 13 years trying to protect me, and I spent all that time trying to forget you. Well, it's no less than I wanted for you, to forget about this place, and me. I heard the familiar stone-on-stone sound from above me. Is there any chance of reasoning with him? Your boss, I mean? Not likely. His voice was dark. He fed his own daughter to that thing. He what? For the greater good, he said. Oh God, Jamie, I don't want to die. I don't want you to die. You're not going to die here. Not today. I ignored his optimism. Why do you think it hasn't killed us yet? Jamie sighed. It's trying. Scott kept a close watch over his demon, but I managed to get one thing by him. That statue is sitting on a sigil the size of a Mini Cooper. It's not blessed, but it's big. You're a brilliant bastard, James Karras. Well, I've sure had a lot of time. I heard a clicking sound, and Jamie stood up, tossing a now worthless pair of handcuffs on the floor. He walked over and stood me up, using whatever tool he picked his own cuffs with to free me. I heard them click, but when they fell to the floor, all I heard was the sound of loud grinding of stone on stone again. It was louder and longer this time. Don't look at it, Katie. Don't look up. Jamie, I breathed, terrified. Suddenly, a face appeared behind Jamie. But this time, I wasn't hypnotized by it. Jamie saw the colored train from my face and grabbed me. Follow me, now! He yelled, pushed me in front of him to the gift shop door. I heard more movement from behind us and turned around while Jamie typed a long sequence of numbers into the card reader keypad. The creature had turned its head, and it was watching me. It was alive as it had ever been. The statue took a step off its platform, which shook the museum floor. Its movements were silent, yet fluid and flexible, like a cartoon on mute. Jamie? Working on it. Suddenly the keypad flashed green and the door clicked open. Jamie drew a black marker out of his pocket and drew a long line down the middle of the sigil, negating it. What are you doing? Just trust me. Jamie pushed me out the door. We slammed it behind us and tore across the gift shop to the exit. The door was locked. I turned around to tell Jamie as much, but he was already hurling a table through the window. It shattered, just as I saw the door on the other side of the room begin to bend as it was pushed in from the other side. How did you unlock that door? I asked as we ran across the parking lot. Scott isn't the only one who's good with programming, Jamie yelled back. I followed him to a black Jeep sitting at the edge of the parking lot. We jumped in just as a loud bang echoed across the asphalt. God only knew what it meant. Jamie shoved his keys in the ignition and turned the car over. The beginning chords to Highway to Hell blasted from the speakers. Why not? I shrugged as I turned it up. Jamie nodded and peeled out of the parking lot. We tore through town like the devil himself was chasing us, which wasn't far from the truth. It was early, the first rays of sunlight streaming through the trees as we hit the highway. We hadn't gone more than 5 miles when a white SUV appeared behind us. It followed at a considerable distance. Why aren't they overtaking us? Because this is what he wants. Scott knows where we're going. Well, where are we going? Deepwood. Fuck, I said as I leaned back in the chair, but I trusted Jamie, so I didn't object. Won't it take the creature days to make it there? I asked, eyeing Jamie's speedometer, which was at 90. It doesn't always move like that. It sometimes travels on another plane. I can't explain it. Everything changes and warps around that thing, even time. That's why I'm about 8 years older than I should be. He suddenly whipped off the road and headed for the tree line. The truck behind us did the same, and we maneuvered randomly through the trees, though I figured Jamie knew where we were going. I held on for dear life and watched him expertly navigate the almost hostile terrain or down trees and deep ditches. How far? I asked after 10 minutes. 6 miles, but you know how time is out here. Did I ever? 4 minutes, yet somehow 6 miles later we bumped over a set of railroad tracks and arrived at the damned church, which looked smaller and more impotent than it did in my nightmares. The front door opened easily this time, and I gave an involuntary shudder when I saw the Jesus statue, looking more judgmental now than ever before. The trap door was open. You lived here for years and you never closed the trap door? Believe me, I tried. Jamie grabbed my hand and guided me to the hole in the floor. We have to go down there. Fuck no! I snatched my hand away. It's the only way this will end, Katie. You've got to be kidding me, I muttered as I took the first reluctant step down. Wait, I suddenly stopped. You said it would never come back here. It would for you. Jamie followed behind me and took the stairs down, one shaky step at a time. Jamie followed behind me, flashlight in hand. I didn't see it until right before we reached the bottom. The demon was already here waiting for us. It stood in the same position we first found him in 13 years before, though this time, his face was not stone. The demon's eyes swept across the room in a wide arc, his tail wrapped around the bottom of the staircase. "If he was already down here, why couldn't we stay up there?" I whispered. He wasn't. There were no wards to protect us now. Nowhere to run. I couldn't help thinking this was a bad plan. "Well, he's here now, so let's go." "We can't, Katie. If we leave now, he will too." "Well, then what's your plan, Jamie?" Jamie said nothing, just stared at the demon, who was now staring back at him. Suddenly, I felt something like a tug in the pit of my stomach. I stepped back, and then it happened again. I looked up into the creature's eyes, which had moved to mine, and suddenly realized what was happening. There was another tug, harder this time, and I felt my mind, if not my body, being pulled toward the demon's head. A long black tongue jutted out to welcome me, and the creature's mouth began to widen. So this was it. The nothingness. The demon's mouth was so wide I could have simply walked into it, if I had a body. The blackness started to close in on all sides, creating a sort of tunnel vision, and then, in a violent jolt, I was snapped back into my body, a perfect sigil drawn on my chest in black marker. The creature screamed, an ear-splitting sound, and Jamie flung me over his shoulder before I even re-established my bearings. We were to the top of the staircase in under a minute, the demon still emitting a deafening wail. "I'm sorry," he yelled. "I was sure it would come for me first." We burst into the nave, and Jamie, seeing our company before I did, pushed me across the altar toward the crucifixion, which I took out as I fell. I scrambled back, kicking it away from me as I did. By the time I looked up, Jameson Scott was standing in front of the trap door, a gun to Jamie's head. His men hung back but looked eager to get involved at a word from their boss. "Get back down there, Miss Ross." "Fuck you." My last word was drowned out by a loud cracking sound that echoed through the little church as the spiral staircase came crashing down below. "Katie, don't!" Jamie caught a knee to the ribs, some of which I was pretty sure were already broken. I scrambled back further. There's no staircase now. There's no way to get down there." "Oh, sure there is," Scott sneered. His hired men laughed. "You're going to die either way. At least this way, you'll save his life. Metaraxis is trapped down there for the time being, so it's to the cellar you must go. Perhaps you shouldn't have injured him by breaking his bond mid-feed." "Katie," Jamie growled, "don't be fucking stupid, just run!" "Fuck no, Jamie. I didn't leave you in this place then, and I won't now." It was time to pay my dues. I stood up to walk to the edge of the trapdoor. Perhaps, if fate was kind, I would die when I hit the floor 30 feet below. I looked up at Jamie, intending my last words to be for him. I knew the moment he realized that intent. Jamie jerked his body forward and threw himself and Scott into the dark hole between us. "No!" I screamed as Scott's men scattered out the door. I skid over to the side of the hole, tripping over the smaller statue on the way. I'm here," came a pained groan from Jamie, who was just barely clutching onto the side. Thanking every deity I knew of, I pulled him out of the hole and back into the nave. His wound was bleeding fresh blood, and I knew we didn't have much time. I laid him on his back, and he started to slip into unconsciousness, applying pressure to his shoulder. A moan came from the trapdoor beside us. "Help me, please! I'm hurt!" So Scott had survived the fall. I grimaced and pulled myself over to the edge to peer into the darkness below. I could see nothing, but the creature was no longer screaming. My blood began to boil as I let Jameson Scott wail away his swan song. "Please, it's staring at me! I can feel it! Please, name your price, I'll pay it, just save me!" I laughed. "Oh, now, why would I do that, Mr. Scott? This is what you wanted, after all. You get to be young until the day you die." Suddenly, the trapdoor slammed shut, Jamie standing over it, as the entire building began to shake. The edges around the door grew bright, like molten metal before darkening like a blown-out flame. Will it hold? I yelled to Jamie over the increasingly loud earthquake. Is it blessed? Some say by God himself. I'd say that counts, I said to myself as I tried to stand up on the violently shaking floor. Jamie hoisted me up next to him and ran for the door as a bit of ceiling began to cave in. The door to the church swung open of its own volition before we got there, and slammed shut behind us. The church came down in a bud of dust and splintered wood. When all had settled, Jamie was barely conscious. I walked him to the car and pushed him into the passenger seat. He was out before I'd shut the door. I took one last look at the pile of rubble before climbing into the driver's seat and starting the car. I followed the same train tracks home that got us out of Deepwood when we were kids. I made it to the road without ever looking back. I can tell you exactly how long Jameson Scott lived. 4 days. By the dawn of that 4th day, he and all of his inventions abruptly disappeared from the world. There were a few I was sad to see go, like the rise of inductive charging and eyeglass. You would have loved eyeglass, and you probably did, honestly. Contact lenses that were actually cameras. They put GoPro out of business. I could never afford it, but you may have had one. I miss those YouTube videos. Jamie spent a month recovering from his gunshot wound. After he was released from the hospital, we spent a few weeks weighing our options. In the end, we decided to hunt down people like Jameson and the powers they wielded. You don't know about them, and if we have our way, you never will. Due to Jamie's time with Scott, we have some good leads. We have a lot of blood on our hands to atone for, and a lifetime to do it in. Deepwood is dead. Only Jamie and I even know where it is, so the town dies with us. I wouldn't try to find it if I were you. I've changed a lot of details. Names of towns, names of roads. Perhaps even when this all happened. I won't tell you, and you don't want to know anyway. Somewhere, out in a 100-mile sea of trees and dirt, lies the demon's door. It's still there, under a pile of rotting detritus that used to be a small church. The door may be found again someday. It may even be opened. But one thing is for damn sure. It sure as hell won't be because of me.
The day I found my first hole was the day my best friend came back from the dead. We were in high school and stupid. Jake was his name, and we liked to go out to this old abandoned house in the woods after school to just screw around, do stupid teenage things. It was a pretty big place, to be honest. 2-story house with a basement, or 3 stories if you count the small attic above it. The story is supposed to go that an old woman was building the house years and years ago in order to get away from city life, but, for some reason, never finished it. Probably died. Anyways, the house was pretty close to completion when she stopped, but no one bothered to finish it, and now it just sits there rotting away. So Jake and I would go to the house and just screw around, scaring each other, or exploring the place. Whatever we felt like. Usually we were careful, or lucky, but nothing ever happened to make us worry. Then the floorboards broke under Jake's feet when we were exploring the 2nd floor, and he fell. I never realized how bad the condition of the house must have been, because when he hit the 1st floor, that broke too, and he fell into the basement. I ran down and looked through the broken hole in the 1st floor. It was dark. We usually had the foresight to bring flashlights, so I shined a light on him. I'll never forget what I saw. One of the boards, or something, must have fallen at just the right angle when Jake hit the ground. It speared him right up through his stomach. I could see him shift and try and grab at it. Even hear him gurgle. And then he stopped. He was dead. I was sure of it. Our stupidity got him killed. I was in shock. I didn't know what to do. So I just ran. I ran out of the house and left him there. It was about evening when I got home, and I went straight to my room. I didn't talk to anyone, didn't stop for anything. I just wanted to curl up and try and forget that scene. My parents tried to talk to me, but I feigned sleep and they just went on. Later that night, we got a call from Jake's parents asking where he was. They actually woke me up for that one, and I said I had no idea. The usual, well, if you see him, please let us know, came afterwards, and I just nodded before I went back to sleep. The next day was school, and I went through the morning ritual in a bit of a trance. I didn't want to go, but I couldn't stay home. I'm pretty sure Jake's parents already expected something of me. So I went. School was just like usual. People screwing around in the morning and talking. I went up to my normal group of friends that I hung out with before the first bell rang, and my heart stopped. There was Jake. He stood there, just laughing and being his normal self. When he saw me, he looked over and grinned before coming over. He made a joke, but I didn't hear it. I just continued to stare. Hey, are you okay? He asked me, starting to get concerned. Are you okay? Was all I could muster back. Well, yeah, why wouldn't I be? He laughed a bit, but gave me a weird look. You don't, know anything? I tried to phrase it as delicately as possible. I didn't want anyone else knowing, but I figured that was enough to clue him in. If it did, he didn't show it. Know anything of what? He responded, and then the bell rang. He said bye and gave me a weird look before heading off to class. I just stared after in shock. Why was my friend here? I saw him die! At the very least he should be in the hospital, but he was fine. I went to class, but I couldn't concentrate. I just kept thinking about Jake and how he should be dead. I kept thinking about how he could have survived, but I couldn't fill in this strange hole of a mystery. After class, I decided to check out the house. Jake met me after school and asked if I still wanted to hang out. I told him I wasn't feeling well and we'd catch up tomorrow. He seemed to accept that and move off. It's not like I wasn't excited my friend was back, but looking at him made something in me cringe. He shouldn't be alive. He should not be here. I saw him. So I went to the house that afternoon alone. When I walked in, I could feel something. It was strange but familiar. It's the same feeling I got when I looked at Jake. That something wasn't right. It was just off. However, here, it felt like a lingering feeling. Not this fresh, what the hell I got when I saw my friend. I stepped forward and looked down. Sure enough, there was that damn hole he fell through. I let out a sigh of relief and bent over. So I wasn't crazy. I slipped out my usual flashlight and snowed down the hole. Yes, there was the wreck I saw land on him. Just no Jake. Did he get free? Did he magically regenerate or something? I shone my flashlight up to look at the hole in the second floor. It wasn't there. My breath caught in my throat and began to frantically shine my light up to the ceiling. Where was it? I should be right under the damn hole in the floor. But nothing. I bolted up the stairs and sure enough, there was nothing in the floor where he fell. Nothing. Something was wrong. Really wrong. I wandered back down to the first hole and peeked down into it. I'm sure that was the moment that solidified my fate. If I had just ignored it, moved on, been plain happy my friend was back, I might have been able to continue life as usual. But that's the moment. I saw something. Just a flash of something black. Blacker than the darkness beyond my flashlight's range shifted, fly out of sight. I gasped and stumbled back, breathing heavily. I know I should have run, but my curiosity took hold. In my logical side, it was just some animal or trick of light. So I swallowed my fear and leaned over to peek again. I didn't see the flash of black again, but I did notice something. The boards of the wreckage underneath the hole were gone. With that note, I knew something was wrong. Nobody can clean up something like that mess in the blink of an eye. I bolted. I ran out of that house through the forest, swearing up and down something was chasing me. I had the feeling that there was something out there. But now I know it's simply watching me. For now. I ran home and slammed the door shut behind me before I leapt into my bed. My body curled up and I just lay there trying to comprehend what was going on. It took me a while, but I finally drew myself out of bed. I had to figure out what was going on, but like hell I was going back to that damn house. Now if some monster was in it. So I did what any teenager would do. I went to the internet and researched. It was slow, and I didn't have a lot of luck at first. Looking up paranormal just got me weird pictures and stories. Friend Comes Back from the Dead got me a lot of zombie stuff. Missing Time seemed to get me a little more info. A lot of it was around aliens, but a few stories seemed to pique my interest. Like, something crazy seemed to happen, like a car crash or an accident. And suddenly, there's a time jump, and things seem to be okay. Like, nothing ever happened. There was one post on the Missing Time board that seemed to draw my attention, however. It was titled, Plot Holes, and it was only posted a couple days ago. I curiously clicked it. Everyone seemed to speculate what caused the whole missing time thing. A lot of the time it was aliens or dimensional whatever. This guy, however, acted like he knew for a fact, and his reason was the most bizarre of them all. He started telling a similar story. In a nutshell, his wife was killed in a household accident when part of their house caved in during a storm. While trying to get her, he was knocked out by some other debris. When he came to, he was sitting in the living room and his wife was trying to wake him up. The house was fine, with no sign of disaster, and she was alive. He was ecstatic, but described a strange feeling, like he figured out something he shouldn't have, and that his wife shouldn't be there, like that feeling I got with Jake. Over time, he couldn't be around her. It was just too strange. So he left. He went on the road, taking what money he had and doing weird little jobs here and there while staying in motels. While he went, he began to research. It took a great amount of time, but he found others with similar experiences. Most of them just described it as a miracle and moved on with their lives. Others couldn't shake that feeling like he did. All of them described the same sort of thing. Some event should have caused something to happen. A person to die or some landmark to be destroyed, only to have it miraculously come back later. So what was going on? The author was at a standstill until he came across something. While researching people who shouldn't be alive, he came across a book review. Apparently, it was the latest in a series, and, in it, a side character saves the day by fighting a bunch of enemies for the heroes. However, in the previous book, by a different author, that character had been killed. So, this character couldn't have come back to save the day, but, if he didn't, the main characters would have died. The reviewer said it was one of the worst plot holes he had ever seen. That got the forum author, and me, thinking. He said he'd post again after he experimented a bit, and I didn't blame him. I had a few things I wanted to experiment with as well. Nevertheless, I dropped him a message saying I read his post and that something similar happened to me, then called it a night early. I had to be extremely alert if I was going to try and look for the signs I wanted to find. The next morning, I woke up and started my first attempt at looking for a plot hole. I know how crazy that sounded, but something seemed to click after reading that review. Someone should have died, but that was ignored so he could do something of significance later. It sounded so familiar. The first few days I didn't notice anything, except that weird feeling around Jake. Nobody else seemed to have it. The third day was when I noticed my first plot hole. It was minor, the most minor of details, but it was there. One of the girls in my class went from wearing a skirt to a set of jeans between periods. I know how that seems to make me look, but I'll admit, the skirt was why I noticed. But to change into a pair of jeans within 7 minutes while walking across campus to another class? That doesn't make sense. I guessed it was possible, but it didn't make sense. It was like a costume got wrong during a scene change. After that, it all went downhill. I kept seeing changes everywhere. A sign would be black in the morning, but light green later at night, or a friend would go from wearing a sweater to a t-shirt when I looked away for a moment. You think people would notice these changes, but nobody did. Maybe it was the strange feeling that I got of something being off after the accident with Jake, or perhaps you just had to be looking for them. But, as I kept looking, they were everywhere. It was about a week and a half later before I got a response back from the Plot Holes author. He had introduced himself as Dennis and apologized for being late to respond. His reason why? He had gotten caught up in observing plot holes. He was noticing the same thing I was. This was the first time I had actually spoken to the guy, but the changes he described matched mine to a T, except for one thing. After noticing a misspelled sign above a store late at night, he turned away for a moment to look back and saw a shadowy black figure floating by it. It was hazy, like looking at a figure through a fog that just wasn't there, but after being floated away, the spelling error was gone. A shiver went down my spine. That seemed too close to whatever I might have glimpsed at the house. I hadn't seen it full on yet, but then now I knew what I was looking for. I wish I hadn't. It wasn't long before I began to see them. You had to look at just the right moment, I found out. When it seemed like nobody was watching or paying attention to that little error you just noticed, then you could make it out. A shadowy haze of a being, seeming to be dressed in a long black robe with a hood, messing with it until it changed. I saw one fade my friend's t-shirt into a jacket/shirt set on a cold day in class. And I saw another one change an entire stack of books at the library into a completely different set before they were picked up by a student. Nobody noticed them, just like the holes. It was like you had to be on that wavelength to notice. I'd been conversing with Dennis a bit online and he agreed with the idea. It seemed that you had to notice one to start seeing the others. If you could brush it off, then your life would go on. But if you were the curious sort, then you were like the two of us. You'd just keep seeing them all the time.
You just keep seeing them all the time.
You're starting to go crazy. Crazy.
I couldn't say anything to anyone, and Jake kept bothering me about why we never hung out anymore. I just couldn't look at him. He wasn't natural, but I realized it wasn't him. It was those things that brought him back. Maybe he had some destiny or something, but I had no idea. Things took yet another turn when I was having a Skype conversation with Dennis. He asked if they noticed me yet. I told him no, and he got quiet for a long time. After some bugging, he finally responded and told me that one of his friends that was helping him look into this occurrence was gone. Nobody even seemed to remember his existence. When he went over to that friend's house, Dennis found it relatively neat, save a few items strewn about. As he explored, the belongings that were out of place began to find themselves back into their positions. Dennis was sure it was one of those creatures behind it, and he confirmed his suspicions when he saw one putting a book back that had been thrown on the floor. And then turn and look at him. The two stared for a long time, the creature gazing onto Dennis while he looked into a blank nothingness that was its face, the dark hood covering whatever might have lurked underneath. And then it left. It turned and seemed to float right away through one of the walls. That seemed to be the last thing out of place then. The house looked like nothing had ever happened to it. Then Dennis began to notice something else. There were no pictures or objects identifying the owner. Unless you were that much of a hermit, you had, at least, an old family picture of some parents or something. Or maybe some mail with your name on it. But nothing. It was like nobody had ever lived in this fully furnished home. At that point, I began to worry. Dennis's friend had gone missing and nobody knew of his existence. I started putting the pieces together then. If these creatures could bring someone back from the dead, they could easily get rid of someone, right? This meant I was in danger. After that, I stopped. I was out. I ignored Dennis's messages. I tried to ignore all the holes I constantly noticed. I did my best to ignore those shadow creatures when I caught them. I even tried to hang out with Jake. But every time we hung out, it was like I was looking at the face of a lie. And looking at him made me think of those creatures. I imagined one pulling him up from that debris, slipping that board through and out of his body, knitting up his wounds like nothing ever happened. I did my best to look past it all. Dennis was hard to ignore, however. He kept tracking me down. I'd block him from my email and messengers, but he'd start making new accounts to talk to me to send me more messages. He seemed to be sending more and more as the days went on. Finally, one day, I received an email from a new account that clearly was Dennis. I was about to delete it and block him again, but then the subject chilled me to the bone.
They're after me. Get on Skype. I need help.
I didn't know what to do. If Dennis was in trouble from those things, then I had to help. I couldn't just leave him, but after him, they might turn their sights on me. I had to help. I wasn't going to leave him hanging, especially if he was in danger. I logged onto Skype, added his new account, and immediately got a video chat request. Dennis was in his apartment with the lights on, and he looked terrified. "What's going on?" I asked as I leaned in. "They've been following me around." His voice an exasperated whisper. "More and more of them keep coming around, and not just to fill holes. They're watching me." "Are you sure?" In response, he lifts up his laptop and carried it out to what looked to be the kitchen. He set it down in front of a window and drew back the curtains. I couldn't make out anything until he turned on the lights. Then my heart stopped. I had only seen one of them at a time. Maybe two if something was a particularly big change. But there was at least 3 or 4 behind the window, just staring at him with those empty, hooded faces. He quickly flicked off the light and turned the laptop back towards him. "Do you see? I don't know what to do. I don't want to end up like Jerry. Tell me what to do!" He was getting more and more anxious. I had no idea what to tell him. I didn't know what these things were. I didn't know what they wanted or how to stop them. I opened my mouth but couldn't form the words that he needed to hear. As I stammered to find out what to say, I saw them slip into the background behind him, through a freaking wall with a cabinet. "Dennis!" I yelled. "Behind you!" He turned just as the first approached. God, there were a bunch slipping in now. 3, then 4, then 5. He never stood a chance. The first one reached forward with an inky arm and shoved it straight through his chest. There wasn't any blood or even a sound save for Dennis's terrified scream. He began to writhe, grasping at his chest as this creature held him there by, I don't know what. His spine, his heart, hell, it could have been his very soul for all I knew.
He never stood a chance. They're watching me.
And then the others were on top of him. They fell onto him like a dark dog pile, consuming him in their dark presences. I couldn't scream. I couldn't look away. I just watched as he faded from view as those creatures piled onto him. Then, slowly, ever so slowly, they backed away. Dennis was gone. I bit back tears as I saw that empty space he had been in. I knew what had happened. He was gone. Erased. Nobody would even remember him. He was a hole that had to be filled in and taken care of. Then their attention turned to the computer. To me, my eyes widened as realization hit me. I was another hole. I was an issue in their grand scheme. A thorn that had to be plucked. A part that drew attention to the inaccuracies of this world they were trying to design. And I had to be taken care of. I didn't even bother to turn off the computer. I just stood and turned only to find myself face to face with a horde of them. In my own house. In my own room. My back went back to my desk as one shadowy shade glided toward me. Its arm rose, and I could almost make out the tendrils of its foggy black cloak and individual digits on its dark fingers. I couldn't move. I was frozen. And then it struck. I didn't physically feel the hand shove into my chest, but I felt it somewhere deeper, like it was grabbing an intimate part of my being. I felt violated, exposed, most of all, completely terrified. I screamed as it began to squeeze. It hurt. It hurt so much. My vision blurred, but I could see the others move around me. They filled in a circle around my body, regardless if there was something in their way or not. They just glided through like those things weren't there. And then they fell upon me. Black hit me from every side. I screamed, but no sound came out. I could feel that hand wrenching back, pulling something so personal to me away. My body felt limp, then I started to feel nothing. It inched along my limbs, slowly turning feeling of cold, pain, terror into absolute nothing. I could only describe it as a feeling of being erased. There was feeling, strong feeling, and then nothing. It slowly inched along, riding up along my arms and legs until it consumed my whole being. The pain faded along with it, along with the sounds of the world and my vision before me. Soon, nothing was before me but pure blackness. I was gone. I knew it. I was dead. Or worse, I didn't exist any longer. Stretched out before me was nothing but darkness. I tried to call out into the void, to claw my way forward, but I couldn't move a limb. More like, though, I didn't have a limb to move or a mouth to yell. I was just an essence, a leftover floating in the endless void of nothing. I'm still there, in the pure nothingness. I can't move, or I don't think I have anything left to move. It's gone. Every part of me is gone. I wonder what happens now. I wonder what Jake's destiny was. I also began to wonder if this was death or something worse, a punishment for sticking my nose in places it shouldn't be. Is this death or pure erasure? I'm sure Dennis is feeling the same things I'm feeling. I can almost imagine him too, floating in the same void. Maybe one day we'll meet each other. It's a hope that I try to keep alive. It keeps me saying that I might, one day, not be alone here. That's the end of my story. I wish it was better. I wish I could say I fought back and saved myself. At least, that I was on the run. But some plots don't have happy endings. However, I'm sure I've left you wondering one final thing. If I'm dead, erased, then how have I written this? Well, my poor friend, you've just discovered your first plot hole. Be wary if you see any more.
Chilling tales for dark nights.